Recording in progress.
Welcome all. We don't quite have that quorum just yet, right?
We do have a quorum.
We have three, yeah.
We have three. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and welcome everybody to this Wednesday, February 22nd meeting of the Marina City Council, holding this meeting on a Wednesday because Monday was a holiday. So let's go ahead. Do we take roll now, Anita?
Yes. Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Biella, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Here.
Mayor Delgado. That's our quorum.
Okay, seeing that we have a quorum, we are going to adjourn and, oh, there we go with our mayor. He's about to pop on. Mayor Delgado, you can take it over. We were about to go and recess into closed session. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
We'll see everybody in closed session.
Excuse me, we also
Okay.
need to take public comment on closed session items.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Let's go ahead and see if we have any participants here. We do not have any attendees, but let's go ahead and ask if anybody is here who would like to make a comment. Not seeing any hands. We're going to go ahead and adjourn into closed session. We'll be back here by 6, hopefully by 6:30.
immediately
You want
here.
me to open, you want me to open it up?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right, let's open it up.
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome everyone to our February 22nd, 2023 regular city council meeting, City of Marina. We just came out of closed session, and our practice at this point is to have our city attorney summarize for the public what we did the last hour and a half. Go ahead, please, City Attorney Heidi Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Tonight, the council met in closed session on several items. We met on one item that's item A, public employment appointment, city attorney. Also, the council met on B1, Cypress Knolls property, and B4, which is the Imden Road property. As to those items, direction was provided to staff, but no reportable action was taken. There were two items the council did not discuss tonight, and those items are B2 and 3. And that concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Heidi. We have Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy, on the attendee list with his hand up, so there might be some technical difficulty here. Go ahead, Brian. If you could co-host me, please. Brian, can you be muted? Can you speak? Matt, can you co-host me, please? Or name, and also let's try to get Brian taken care of here. Looks like he's stuck.
There we go.
Can you co-host me, please, Nate?
I'm working on it.
Okay, Councilmember McCarthy is with us now, so we can continue. We have a very special couple of presentations. The first is a certificate of appreciation to Eduardo Bernal Moro. And Eduardo, we're gonna let's move you over, Eduardo, with your mother, Maria Bernal, to the panelists. They're probably both on the same connection. So you've now joined us as a panelist, I believe. Welcome, Maria and Eduardo. This certificate of appreciation that I'm about to present is because Eduardo, who is a Marina High School student, came out for 40 hours of volunteer time during the month of January. And so we are appreciating his 40 hours of service last month, where he joined us on 9 different community volunteer events in January, including community cleanups, assisting with the groundbreaking of the Martin Luther King Jr. Sculpture Garden, working at the Oakland Community Garden, and planting native plants at our future city hilltop park. So, Eddie, your contributions demonstrate a memorable dedication, unique dedication that we've seen on your part to enhance the quality of life for Marina community residents and visitors. We very much appreciate that, Eddie. And we've asked you, because of this, to be our special guest tonight and lead us in a pledge of allegiance after a moment of silence. So if we could all have a moment of silence, and then we'll let Eddie lead us in the pledge of allegiance. So Eddie, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Hello, Eddie.
Hello.
Okay. So we're going to have a moment of silence, about 10 seconds, Eddie, and then you can lead us in the pledge, just like you say every day at school. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, to liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you for being with us. Thanks to your mom for being with you and with us.
Yeah.
We have some fans of yours from the Marina High School, and want to tell folks just one fun fact about Eddie. Uh, while we were applauding the effort that we saw him doing, he'd come out on his bike by himself to work with a bunch of adults in different places in the city, doing work that sometimes was difficult or dirty. And he was just a very positive spirit amongst us. But while we were trying to figure out how to say thank you, we learned that he was the fastest running fifth grader at Wilson Elementary School, and he went there. So that was just adding, cream to the top of the whole dessert here that we're thinking of. What a great person, what a great resident. We're just really happy to have you as part of Marina Zinheit. So I wanted to turn it over to Rebecca Tyson and or Robert Tyson. And so the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council members. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to honor Eduardo Bernal Samaro, aka Eddie. Eddie is a current freshman at Marina High School and is starting his high school career strong. Eddie enjoys his classes, but PE is his favorite as he enjoys being active. He enjoys being active so much that he joined the cross-country team in the fall and is currently running for the track team. He has ran 1 mile in 6 minutes and under. That's just to tell you how fast Eddie is. He enjoys being in high school as he believes Marina High is a good high school. I did not pay him to say that, so thank you, Eddie. I'm glad you enjoy the high school. Outside of school, Eddie enjoys spending time outdoors riding scooters with his friends and reading action books or Marvel comics. Eddie is a great role model for a 7-year-old sister due to his involvement in the community. Eddie is extremely organized as he was able to coordinate with his parents so he could volunteer 40 hours in 1 month. Just like Mayor Delgado said, yes, 40 hours in 1 month. We're so proud of him. I look forward to working with Eddie in the future as he continues his journey as a Mariner. Go, Eddie!
Oh, that's great. And Eddie, I think your track coach might be on the line. Jake, do you want to say anything?
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Hey, Eddie. Just want to say on behalf of myself and the team that we're very proud of you. Not surprised to hear that you've been doing a bunch of service. You're always kind of the welcoming wagon of the team whenever anyone new joins, and you bring a lot of energy and positivity to the team. Uh, Again, very proud of you, and looking forward to see what you do in the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Jake. And Jake and Rebecca, anyone else from the high school that would like to say anything?
I think that's it this evening, Mayor.
All right. Well, thank you for taking the time out of your evening, both you and Jake. And Eddie, anything that you'd like to say about your experience?
I really liked it. It was really fun, and I enjoy those kind of works.
And then your mom is, of course, a big part of all of our children's lives. Maria, anything that you'd like to say about Eddie?
Sure. Sorry, I don't know why I am. There you go. I don't know why it does that to my computer. There you go. I gotta get close to Eddie. I just want to appreciate the fact that you took the time, to do this for my son. I'm really grateful that Eddie got to do this experience because we used to do it when we first moved into Marina. So I'm glad that he's seen it as something good that he can continue to do for the city of Marina.
Great. Thank you very much, Maria. All right. So you two have a wonderful evening. You're welcome to stay on the line, but you're also welcome to get on with the other things in your life. Just wanted to give you a big thank you, Eddie. And before we say goodbye, any other council members wish to impart any words for Eddie and his mom, Maria?
I'm good.
Christina Medina Dirksen.
To the mayor, thank you very much. I had the pleasure of meeting and working alongside Eddie. He is a soft soul, a gentle heart, and
Yeah, I think you went silent.
so much to say. Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm so sorry. I think my internet's a little unstable. I just wanted to give Ms. Bernal, props for really raising a very special boy, a young man, and he is a gem. I like to use the hashtag building community, and he's one of the bricks in the building that we're building here. So I cannot say enough good things about him, except maybe he should join the Key Club. But I expect amazing things for him, and I hope one day that his leadership is going to reflect maybe here, maybe somewhere else. But he's definitely bound. He's already making change. So I just encourage you to continue doing that. And again, it was a joy to get to know you, and I hope to see you more. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Now we'll go to Councilmember Kathy Biella.
Eddie, I just want to say you just brought so much sunshine into my life today. So I was so pleased that you came out and we could all meet you. And I do want to say I agree with you completely that Marina High School is really something special because of Rebecca Tyson. So thanks for saying that, and I absolutely agree with you. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm getting a little teary-eyed here, Eddie, because you mean a lot to all of us. But we'll move on now, and we'll go to another special proclamation we have. I'd like our Mayor Pro Tem to announce this. She put so much effort into it.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am looking to see if Kathy Menora is here. I believe she is. And if you give me 1 moment, I have to go to my packet to read the proclamation. What we're going to move forward with is a proclamation observing Reads Across America that came through Marina through the efforts of student resident and Marina resident Kathy Menora, who, despite having knee surgery, managed to pull together an incredible exhibit, a traveling exhibit. Councilmember McCarthy was there, and you know what? I perhaps would like Councilmember McCarthy, since he has quite a military background, to read the proclamation. I just want to say the exhibit is a traveling exhibit across the country, showcasing the Reads Across America effort, which annually lays wreaths at the cemeteries, several cemeteries across the country, and raising support and awareness for our veterans. And if you were a Vietnam veteran, and many of them came through, they were provided a special commendation, a very touching ceremony that includes pins and a real thanks. We do know that so many of our vets from the Vietnam era were never properly thanked. So with that, I would like to ask if it is okay with you, Mr. Mayor, our Brian McCarthy, since his spouse is currently serving in the military and he himself has served as a contractor, to please present the proclamation and any other words you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. So we'll go to Councilmember McCarthy, and then we'll go to Kathy Menora.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the honor of being able to do this. I have the proclamation in front of me. I've got a blue screen on here, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. And appreciate Kathy Menora's efforts in bringing Reach Across America to Marina. I'm going to start with the proclamation that reads, whereas Reach Across America is the organization most recognized for placing over 2.7 million veterans wreaths at over 3,700 locations nationally and abroad on National Reach Across America. Whereas the work to recognize our nation's veterans, military families, active duty service members is a year-long effort, whereas the mission of Reach Across America is to remember the fallen, honor those who have served and their families, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. As part of its year-long mission to remember the fallen, honor those that serve and their families, and teach the next generation. Oh, sorry, that's written twice on this proclamation. I was wondering why I was reading it twice, but it's actually printed twice here. Whereas the mobile education exhibit provides a unique opportunity for communities to come together and share the stories of those who served and sacrificed. Through our partnership with the United States of America Vietnam War commemoration, the exhibit also serves as an official welcome home for our nation's Vietnam veterans. Whereas the mobile education exhibit will make a stop in Marina, California on a beautiful Friday, February 17th, 2023, to share this mission with the community. It is now therefore resolved that our Mayor, Bruce C. Delgado, hereby recognizes and welcomes the Reach Across America mobile education exhibit into the city of Marina. Thank you very much.
All right. Any personal words you want to add before we move to Kathy Moore?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just as Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen mentioned, I mean, military history runs deep in my family, as I know it does for many of us. Certainly my grandfather, who was a Vietnam vet, my spouse, as was mentioned, is serving downrange in a war zone as we speak. And the city of Marina, if any city on the peninsula, is well positioned to honor these people. And I hope that this is just the start of some great work started by Kathy Mamera to continue this legacy of honoring our veterans. Thank you.
All right. Good. Let's go to Kathy. Welcome, Kathy, and thanks for all your effort here.
Oh, my pleasure. I just want to thank, there are so many people that were involved to have this happen. You know, especially Christina, you know, you really helped spearhead this whole thing because I ran into a lot of roadblocks along the way with trying to get a place where this vehicle could be parked at. And it went through quite a lot of options. And finally, she helped to make that happen. And to allow this vehicle to come through here is just such a special thing because it came all the way from Maine, those of you that aren't aware. I mean, that's driving all throughout the United States. And I heard that it was coming back to California again. So I tried to nab it quickly and we were able to. And it actually went to 3 different locations, one in Morgan Hill, one here in Marina, and then also it traveled south to King City. And that's where Brad, my husband, and I were involved with placing wreaths on the graves of the veterans in King City Cemetery, which there's over 400. So we were able to do that, and it was amazing. The Central Coast Cemetery participates, just for your own information, they participate in the wreath laying. So does the Presidio of Monterey, and at least, well, they have in the past. With COVID, they've kind of scaled back on that. But any cemetery can participate in this type of wreath laying throughout the whole world. Now, it's just by volunteering to do it, to be a location coordinator. And it's not just only, it's not just veteran cemeteries, it's all cemeteries that have veterans buried, which is throughout the world, everywhere. So it's quite amazing what I learned from it. My husband and I actually traveled to Maine a few months back of this year and was able to physically see what this organization is all about. It is very not it is very legit based on one man and his wife started this whole thing. You can look into it yourself about the Reach Across America. What they do to honor our veterans is incredible. And I appreciated to be able to have this vehicle to come to show whoever wanted to come to this to see it. It was incredible. And those that did come inside that vehicle, and Bruce knows, and Christina and Brian that were there that were able to see it. It's just when you walk out of there, you just feel changed because of what you learn and what showing that one man and his wife what they can do to help patriotism throughout our country and continue it. I just can't say enough about it, and it's just I hope people are aware of that, and it's also having their motto: remember, honor, and teach. Teach the next generation, so that when we pass on, that someone will lay a wreath on a veteran's grave, just like we are doing now currently. So, I just if anybody has any questions, they can always contact me. If you do, or you can look it up yourself on the website. Check it out, Wreaths Across America. And yeah, it's quite amazing. But thank you for all the help that was given from the city of Marina, from utilization of some of the things that we needed, and the staff, and just getting that location. I thought it was a prime spot. Worked out really well. We had perfect weather too. So, and it may come back again, but I have to keep my ears open for it, or anybody else does to see, and maybe we can have it at a different spot again to bring more awareness about this organization. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to take more than 3 minutes, right, to say it today. I usually only get 3 minutes, but anyhow, thank you. Probably went over, but thank you so much, and thank God bless everyone and our country.
Right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Kathy. And special shout out to Shay Holmes, who
Yes.
allowed this to be on their dunes at Monterey Bay Shopping Center parking lot.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Christina Medina Dirksen will give you the last word on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Hofer, Mr. Yount, and Jade Holmes / Jim made it possible. Kudos to the Public Works Department who dropped off necessary tables and sandbags, and that would be Brian, his crew, Michelle. And lastly, if anybody would like to learn more about this, our very own Jeannie Nakagawa has a scholarship fund, a wreath fund for Gordon Nakagawa on their page. That would be Wreath Across America page, and that would benefit scholarships, I believe, for the Marina Foundation. I'm not messing that one up, but we do have a local connection to that. So thank you all very much.
All right, we're going to move to public comments on anything that's not on our agenda, and also at the same time, public comments on what are on our consent agenda tonight. So let's go ahead and bring it to the public, and we'll
Mayor,
start.
actually, council needs to go before public.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Anita. Let's go to council for any announcements, and then we'll go to the public. All right, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I recently attended a graduation ceremony at the Defense Language Institute, and there was a speaker there that was talking about a female Marine who was graduating at the top of her class, and who was someone who exemplified excellence in public service in everything she did. And I thought it was cool that the speaker mentioned that our mayor, Bruce Delgado, specifically said about this Marine that she had helped the city so much in the volunteer work that she had done in our city. And unfortunately, I don't have the program in front of me. I don't have her name, but I just thought it was really cool that our mayor really encourages that kind of activity and gives kudos and thanks for its due. And it translates, it trickles down into this speech that I had heard at the Defense Language Institute graduation. So that's just my quick comment for public comment, and just wanted to thank our mayor for doing what he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Quick announcement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Friends of the Marina Library will be having a book sale March 3rd through 4th and 5th. I do have an announcement later about my activities on CAMP, which I'll lead towards the end, Transportation Agency for Monterey County. And also just a shout out, really big shout out to our Public Works Department and our police for the quick response on storm and wind damage that happened last night. And lastly, our basketball team, our high school basketball team, boys made it to the playoffs. So I will be hearing more about that in the next coming weeks. So that was super exciting to attend that game, and I'm very, very proud of our city, all of our accomplishments, especially our athletics department. So with our high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And our boys basketball team at Marine High School, in their first time in the playoffs, the first game of the playoffs, they beat San Jose High School, which is a much larger high school. To get there, they had to beat Watsonville High School, which is a 2,500 in high school compared to our 700 students at Marina High, less than 700. So kudos to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's appreciation of our basketball team. Here we go. This February 25th, Saturday, the last planting event on Fort National Monument this year. So the gates will be still open, they're normally locked. And people are welcome to come and volunteer and put native plants in the ground in one of the more beautiful spots in all of Fort Worth. Nice 360-degree view of the bay and Santa Cruz and Fremont Peak and the Salinas Valley. It's just a beautiful time. That starts at 10 a.m. It runs to 1 p.m. this Saturday, February 25th. Just get yourself to the Veteran Cemetery, the Central Coast Veteran Cemetery, and then follow the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, follow the BLM special event signs. Give yourself about 15 minutes from Marina to get to the volunteer site. On March 4th will be our next volunteer event at the future Marina City Park called Hilltop Park. And so that will be also at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And there will be live music from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that is where you would meet 4th Avenue and 9th Street in the city of Marina on the Fort Ord portion of Marina. We had it had kind of a sad experience where we had a lot of offensive tagging of graffiti on a wall at the the city owns at Miss DiMaggio Park. Some residents brought it to the attention of city council. Various city council members brought it to the attention of the police. The police went out the next morning, did a report, and then about 15 volunteers, especially led by Brian Councilman McCarthy, who was there at 1 o'clock the following day to remove the tagging from park signs, playground signs. Then at 2 o'clock, Councilmember Marina Dirksen showed up with a bunch of people and covered up the tagging that was on the wall, quite extensive tagging. Some residents got on the ladder and took the tagging off of the street sign that said the street name. And the next day, Public Works was back out there. They covered up and made it look real nice. The whole wall, we go there now. Well, no, nothing occurred. What came out of that was that artist Kenny Curtis, who helped clean up the tagging, has offered his services as a professional artist. He put a large mural, we're talking 30, 40-foot long mural on this wall. We're going to go from tagging through volunteers to a beautiful mural with Marina High School, Los Alamos Middle School, and Marina Arts, Youth Arts Club, all members, youth, all involved, helping Kenny Curtis, our local artist and business person here in Marina, turn a lemon into lemonade. So thanks to the community for joining up, and that includes city staff, city police, public works, city management, administrative staff. Thanks to everybody. All right, so now we'll go to the public. Any comments that are on agenda items or are on our consent agenda items? And we'll start with Grace Silva Santella. Good evening, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You can hear me okay?
I'm clear.
A couple things. First, I want to share with you that we are nearing the completion of the built-in AV system at the Marina Library Community Room, and it is going to be a tremendous, phenomenal, amazing improvement for events and activities that our library staff and our friends in the Marina Library will be able to bring to our community. We have on February 28th, we'll be doing a walkthrough to do a little check off on the final things with Axiom Audio, but we already have, Friends of Marina Library has its first film scheduled, which will be March 11th, Minari. On April 8th, Friends of Marina Library has a 6-part art history series with local Marina resident Skip Kaddish, and that will be utilizing the HDMI built-in wireless system and our Bluetooth microphones. The library staff is planning on having 2 additional films, so every month we're hoping that we'll be showing 3 films in the library community room. Ray and I want to express our gratitude to Saber Mezenhaz. He was the Public Works Project Manager on the built-in system, and he was so generous in being receptive to any concerns and questions we had, and especially from Ray, because Ray was hands-on following the project as it was being installed. Sadly, Saber is no longer going to be with our Public Works Department, but I want to share with you, Council, and our city manager, what a wonderful person he was for us to work with. I also want to thank the City Council for their vote at the last meeting to maintain our moratorium on card rooms. What that vote and what the dialogue with Marina residents, both that you had with Marina residents and that I had as I got flyers out about the card room issue, is that it's so important that we move forward and complete and adopt our downtown revitalization specific plan so that we can really be getting excited about changes for the future of Marina and really helping to define the community that we want to be and really work on a vibrant, exciting Central Marina downtown. So thank you very much for the vote that you did at your last meeting, and I look forward to some really exciting things for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. And now let's go to Jeff Markham. Good evening, Jeff. We can't hear you, Jeff, but you are unmuted.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, City Council persons and staff for the opportunity to speak. I had two items not on tonight's agenda I would like to raise for discussion. The first is to request that, like the Planning Commission, a standing ex parte agenda item be added to the City Council agenda as a matter of course. The current policy of, and I quote, if it's controversial, is arbitrary at best. And I think the citizens of Marina deserve clarity and transparency that a regular ex parte disclosure can afford. The second, parroting much of what Grace just said, to revisit 13A, the last council meeting agenda item about the second reading of the proposed MMC change. And upon reflecting on the instructions to staff, which were approved in the motion, I would like to request that these instructions be deferred until the downtown revitalization plan and general plan come to fruition and have been adopted. Both of these efforts require the staff's full focus and attention, and to do otherwise would be putting the cart before the horse. We also have the Cypress Mills planning project coming back on the staff's plate as well. So the instructions kind of defocus us all from establishing our broader collective vision for Marina. And none of these are time sensitive, and I think we can wait until we can figure out how they fit into the bigger picture. Thank you.
Let's go to 949-338-0905. Okay, that looks like they disconnected. They probably didn't want to speak. But come on back if you did want to speak. All right, let's go to Doug Yant. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. Just wanted to say a couple of things. One is we're happy to host the Reads Across America trailer. That was a great program. I wanted to thank Kathy and Amara and those who were involved. We were there. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there, but it sounded like it was a great event. We're happy to help with those if we can in the future. I also wanted to let you know that the Brass Tap restaurant, owned by local Peninsula resident Carl Waller and his wife, they will be, they've actually put their construction fence up today. They will be starting work very soon, and there will be a groundbreaking ceremony. Their property is in front of the Cinemark Theater. There'll be a groundbreaking ceremony later in March. We're still finalizing the date in late March, and I will let the city and council know exactly when that is, and encourage you to come and celebrate opening, or celebrate not the opening, but the groundbreaking for the Brass Tap restaurant at the Dunes in the first portion of the promenade, although we're doing a lot of underground and infrastructure and other work out there, grading has gone on. This is kind of the first, another big milestone. So just wanted to announce that, Mr. Mayor, and welcome you there and others later in March. I'll let you know when that is. Thanks again.
All right, thank you, Doug. And I think March 23rd is the likely date. So you can clear your calendars for March 23rd at about 10 o'clock. It's probably tentatively what time it's going to happen. All right, let's go to Carrie Burley. Welcome, Carrie.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I am here to talk about items that I did not see on the agenda that I do want to bring up. One of them being the project that's going on in the dunes, and I haven't heard of any follow-up. So I was just wondering if it can be addressed, when that will be decided, and what the transparency process will be with that. The other part is I noticed that no youth sports or nonprofits regarding sports were brought up. I want to point out that baseball and softball had a very successful free training for any youth that wanted to come out. So Melly and Nanny Matthews for the president, and all the board members for I'm sorry, not Pony, baseball, softball. I think they should be recognized for the amount of hours that it took for them to all be out there for the whole weekend, for 2 weekends, host softball one weekend and baseball the next. I don't think that people understand all the work and hours that go into that, so I really want to give them a shout out. This again was a free clinic for all the kids to come out. There were a lot of kids that came out. So it was a great turnout. I also am here to point out once again that uh, we don't have a softball field currently, so our practices are being canceled because we're trying to fit all these Marina kids on, I think, about 3 or 4 fields, actually 3. And I just really, as an educator that feels that sports should be provided for all of our kids, it makes me really sad to see that. As a parent, it makes me really sad to see the devastation on the girls' face when their practices are getting canceled. And I want to mention that we're the only city in the surrounding areas that do not have a city field for our kids. I think this needs to be addressed, and I agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier. We're starting too many practice or projects that are not getting finished, and I really want to see some results before it's too late for a lot of these kids, and that will be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. We appreciate your comments. Let's go to Lily Matthews. Good evening, Lily. Unmute you, Lily.
There we go. Hello?
Yes,
Hi,
hello.
this is actually Valley Matthews. This is my daughter's account, and she homeschools, so it's kind of hard to switch it. But anywho, I'd like to thank you guys all for giving me the opportunity to speak and to join here. And thank you, Carrie, for speaking very highly of the program and all the team leaders that it takes to actually get this to be done. But I just like to point out that we did, like, just backtracking on what Carrie had mentioned, that we had a very successful baseball and softball camp this weekend that brought a lot of new families out and a lot of old families that have been with us for some time. And even we had a cleanup on January 28th that brought a lot of families that really care for these fields and have been trying very hard to keep them maintained. And sadly, this year, being the register person that has to deal with taking registrations, the amount of kids that we had to leave behind this season because the demand was so high and just the capability of not being able to have enough field to accommodate these players is very saddening. I know that the measures that it takes for parents to want their kids in youth sports and the dynamics that it brings as a whole on the community that it builds. um, I am a daycare provider in my area, and I know how young and how the demand is for that field. That I know these new families are coming in from all around, from East Garrison, from the Sea Haven community, and I hope that I know my kids are getting older, and I still have one left or 2 left, but almost next time. But I want to hope that they come and they have the opportunity to have nice fields to play in, where safety is the top priority, and that as we're bringing up these programs to the growth potential that they are becoming within MISA and Marina Youth Baseball, that we focalize more on the need and the demand that what is beneficial for our city's growth in family aspects. Um, I Like I said, I want to thank you. We are currently working on a March 4th day cleanup with the citizens of Sustainable Marina and the local Marina High School to try to work together to clean up the Los Arbos complex before the start of the season. But I just hope, like Carrie says, that we start focusing more on these families that are here that have this demand and need. We just don't have the field accountability to withstand so many players. That'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vili. And we hear in your voices the emotion that comes from the dedication and the time that you put into this, time and sweat, etc. So thank you for joining us tonight. All right, anyone else? We'll give everyone a moment or two to raise their hand if you wish to speak. Okay, we'll close public comment, and our relatively new practice is to refer to staff so we don't get into the back and forth of commenting and responding. But a couple of things I wrote down, maybe for our city attorney and city manager, Jeff asked that we do a good job with ex parte disclosure, which means we disclose who we've spoken to about different issues. So I just want to make sure that our staff looks into that and make sure that we're doing it properly. So Jeff Markham, M-A-R-K-H-A-M, was the one who suggested that, and that we suggested defer our carbon ordinance work until the general plan, and so staff can take that under consideration. And Gary Burley, B-U-R-L-E-Y, had a concern about transparency, I think, around the Dune City Park discussion process of planning ball fields, no ball fields, trees, no trees. So if someone can tell Carrie what's the best number that she can call so that her staff understands her concern and how we might address it. Should she call 884-1278 and go to our deputy city clerk?
Yes, that would be best, Mayor.
Okay. For everybody, 884-1278 is our deputy city clerk's phone number. She has a direct access to our city manager. She can serve as sort of the gatekeeper to get the information where it needs to go, not just for Avili and Carrie, but for anyone that has issues that they want to talk to city council about, but might not want to wait meeting. Okay, did I miss anything that others noted? And really, or Vili, I hope that on March 4th we can have some afternoon time because C47 has a morning event. Maybe we do a double header, morning and afternoon. Okay, so we're going to move on now to ask our city council if you have any brief questions or comments or wish to pull something for a deeper discussion. Let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about 10G1. And this was on a contract for the City of Marina agreement for professional services. This was on restoration and cleaning services in specific, but it also applies to other contracts. In this contract, there is a non-discrimination clause, and it's a fairly routine kind of designation for that section. And in the past, I have seen contracts come before the council that have been very much more, it seems, detailed and a little bit with more emphasis that we take non-discrimination very seriously. And so I spoke with the city manager and our city attorney will be looking at revising some of that language because non-discrimination has been historically one of those major achievements for our country, and I just wanted us not to just kind of treat it as we're going to be in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws, and so I think that's going to be forthcoming, so we can sort of standardize the kind of language for that. I don't know if our city attorney wants to comment on that.
I'm happy to, through the mayor. That is one of the projects I'm working on is to develop a set of template contracts and bring them to council for discussion and review. And we could have a further dialogue about how you want certain clauses to be presented. Once those are approved, in the future, we won't have to include all the contracts in the packet because you will have already approved them. We would just note any changes that were made. So it's just trying to streamline the processes and shorten the packet a little bit.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Kathy, for catching and staying on top of that issue of disclosure about non-discrimination. Okay, I'll motion that we approve our consent agenda.
A second.
All right. Any comments before we move to a vote? Councilmember McCarthy? Oh, you just came online on my computer. Can I have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. That passes 5-0. And thanks to all the staff involved with the various consent agenda items. We have 4 action items, so we're going to have a busy night. We will get through these. Maine, who'd like to lead us off on the 3100 Del Monte cannabis matter?
Matt will be handling that item, Mayor.
And do we have an attorney sitting in for our current attorney? This is not one of those issues. I got it mixed up with the other.
Yeah, she's good. She does not have a conflict.
I apologize. Okay, let's go ahead. Thank you very much, Lane and Matt.
Mr. Mayor, actually, we'll let Nick go through his presentation.
All right, welcome back, Nick. Good to see you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. So today we're bringing back the item we're at the dispensary at 3100 Almani Boulevard. This is the conditional use permit modification we heard back in December. On December 6th, the City Council made a motion to send the applicant and the city to discuss this item over a period of 60 days and to come back with a cost estimate for the Carmel Avenue improvements for condition approval number 6, as well as site improvements, publicly approved mural, and Demolition Avenue improvements pursuant to conditions approval number 6. City staff was directed to bring this back no later than February 7th. This item got continued last meeting, so now we are here today. So I just want to go over a few things for this to update the City Council on where we are with this item. The use of approval in resolution number, the original approval back in 2020, had offsite improvements in there. It had new curb, gutter, sidewalk, landscaping along Carmel Avenue and Belmonte Boulevard, as well as on-site improvements, including new stucco finish to the storefront, new paint, new roofing materials, and removal of previous signs, such as the old legal non-conforming corner sign removed. The public improvements, I wanted to note here, there was some discussion about this last time, and wanted to focus on what it says in condition of approval number 6 of the original approval. It states that it must be in compliance with Marina Municipal Code Chapter 15.36, as well as lead to the satisfaction of the city engineer. So this is really an item where staff had to look at this over the last 2 years and, look at this from the perspective of the offset improvements need to be completely proportional to the storefront, which at this point includes a full length of Carmel Avenue as well as 25 feet along Boulevard frontage. That's the conclusion that staff came to for this item, for this condition of approval. Before you today is the extension of condition of approval, not the modification. So the actual estimated cost of Carmel Avenue came out to $160,896.75. This is from back in May of 2022. This will be improvements for curbs, gutter, and sidewalk along this 179 linear feet. If approved, if the modification is approved, this would be completed this year. So this would be finished within 6 months is what we have in the staff report. The 25 feet along Belmonte Boulevard and the corner at the edge, that would be done through a performance bond, performance 30 bond. The applicant has agreed to enter into this agreement, and then when the final design for Belmonte Boulevard is finished in the next year or two, then they would go ahead and complete these improvements. This is just to go in a little detail, this is the proposed site improvements for Canal Avenue that would be completed within 6 months. We bring a lot of safety to this area of the street. Currently, there are no sidewalks on either side of Canal Avenue at this location. And there's cars driving in and out of both sides. So this definitely would increase safety and improve the street in this area. Staff has worked diligently to enter into a tentative agreement, including a development/operating agreement with the applicant. This includes public improvement agreements with required performance milestones. These are important because these really give staff benchmarks for what and when these items come up, they have strict timelines in this operating agreement. The applicant has agreed to this already, so this is something that if the city council does approve modifications, this would be part of that. They would hold the applicant to these deadlines. So Colonel Avenue, within 45 days of approval by the city council, an applicant must submit plans for better sidewalk improvements, and then they must commence work within 60 days of receiving permits. So strict timelines, and then also, of course, Belmonte Boulevard, submit performance bond, and then $29,278, and then submit curbs, better sidewalk plans with the improvements within 45 days of notice received from the city. So that's once we have the final design, we would have to start within 60 days in that as well. So strict timelines, and we'll hold them to it. So shifting focus now to the on-site improvements. This is more of the actual building and facade. This is where they do want to modify their original use permit. So the original use permit contained plans for new stucco finish, new paint, and roofing materials for their storefront. They have painted their storefront, but they have not, of course, put stucco or new roofing. And the applicant is requesting a modification to remove those requirements for new stucco and new roofing, and instead they would like to swap that out and instead do repaint and refurbish other parts of the shopping center, install planters, make a historically and culturally significant mural, and they also agree to work with the Marina Tree and Garden Club as well as staff for the trees planted along Carmel and then so applicant is also open to input from the city council and the committee and subject to design a mural, of course. Staff and the applicant sat down and talked as well about the estimated cost for the building facade improvements. The original building permit estimated that the cost of the building improvements would be $50,000, and then the applicant has estimated that the cost of refurbishing the parts of the shopping center, installing the planters, painting the mural would all roughly cost $50,000. And just to note that this, in the conditions of approval, this would be these modifications would be completed within 60 days if approved. And all of these are also in the development operating as well. So they're both in the condition of approval and in the development agreement. So here's our recommended motion. It's to adopt this resolution as presented by staff and approve the modifications to remove the facade improvements and grant an extension to complete the off-site improvements. So that concludes my presentation. Send it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Nick, so have you basically come to agreement with each element that city was seeking?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Has staff come to therefore an agreement on each of the various elements that staff and council were discussing last time?
We came to an agreement on each of the items. It's the agreement we came to after we met with the applicant 2 to 3 times and we discussed all these items. We came up with the estimated costs and got them to agree and confirm that they will pay for all of the different items as stated in the presentation in the staff report. So yeah, we believe we have reached agreements on all the different items that are at play on this application.
Thanks to Aaron and Blake and everyone on their crew for putting that time into it with you at staff level. All right. Any council questions at this point before we turn it over to the applicant? All right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Beal.
Thank you, Mayor. Very good question on the mural. Kind of hearing a lot of different things in the staff report in the presentation. I'm wondering if you can add a little bit of color to what I think in one place it says publicly approved mural, and you just mentioned in another place it's, they're open to suggestions. Kind of very specifically, what is staff envisioning? Is this where council literally approves what's going to be placed or some other paradigm?
I'd say that's up to the city council and the mayor what direction you want to go in. I think the applicant has an idea of what they want to do, and I think it's going to be culturally and historically relevant. I haven't seen that mural yet. Staff has not seen that, so I can't speak to what they have envisioned, but they might have that today. I don't know. You could ask the applicant, and then it's up to the city council which direction they want to give to the applicant in terms of do you want it to come back with something, or do you want it to be something that they work with staff with, or do you want to have a few members of the city council be involved at some point? It's up to you how you want to do that process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's go to Councilmember Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take this from Council Member Elizabeth Fisher. She's always kind of reminding us that maintenance is a very important aspect. And I have seen some very beautiful murals, but over time they start losing their color and they start looking pretty not so nice anymore. And so I didn't know where it, and Nick, maybe you can guide us on this. Is this part of any part of this contract that that kind of thing will be watched and attended to over time?
I didn't add anything like that in my conditions of approval or in the staff report. Go ahead, Matt. Did you have anything in the development agreement, Matt?
Sorry, I was distracted for a second. No, however, I do think that's a condition we could probably add in there that on an annual basis when we update the permit, make sure the property is still aesthetically good.
Great, thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor, at this point.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In addition to this, I think it is covered because I was very pleased to see maintenance requirements spelled out in the deferred public improvement agreement, including, but shall not be limited to, repair of pavement, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and maintaining all landscaping in a vigorous and growing condition. So I think the mural could be spelled out here as well if you like, or it could just be included already. But I was very pleased to see this, so thank you.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should say, in the spirit of full disclosure, just 1 second, please. I did speak with the applicant as they were speaking. A muralist. I made a recommendation based on a muralist that I do know who does ethnically appropriate, quite exciting work. But I also I don't have any questions. I have a comment on this, but I'll save it for later as perhaps in the audience who would like to speak.
A little garbled there at the very end, and we're looking for clarifying questions. So I have one. The staff report talks about Pacific Roots Railroad in the mural theme. I asked our staff about this, but I was just wondering what that Pacific Ridge Railroad? Is that still the thinking? And what is the Pacific Ridge Railroad?
Staff got that from the applicant. I also Googled it and couldn't pull anything up myself, so I'm not familiar with it. I'm hopeful that the applicant can speak to that or what they intended by that.
We have Aaron
yeah,
and Anthony and Jake. Someone want to jump in and tell us what you're thinking about the mural in regards to
Yeah, this is Blake Hogan. It's not Pacific Routes, it's just the Pacific Railroad itself. There was a historical stop that was across the street from where we're now placed. So it was an homage to that, because obviously it played a significant role in the development of Marina at that time. So it was not Pacific Routes. Obviously the roots is the idea of um, metaphor, but it was more to the actual railroad of it. Like I said, we don't really have any ideas yet, because we really wanted to get input from city council first before we move with any ideas, and kind of get your guys' input, and then use that to then move forward with the next plan.
And I have one more clarifying question for staff regarding the landscaping. I think it's great. Marine Tree and Garden Club may wish to be involved. They'll be asked to be involved. Hopefully they will be. But I wanted to ask if it was okay if we gave some direction that they try to emphasize native plants, native to Marina, if at all possible, in that landscaping. So I wanted to ask council, are you comfortable with that? Just giving a nod where possible to Marina specific native plants to be now emphasized in this landscaping, if at all possible. I'm seeing a couple nods. Brian and Christina, you care one way or the other. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for the question. I don't know that I feel strongly either way, especially if there's other members of the council that are passionate about it. But I do struggle, especially if we're talking about plants that aren't planted in the ground. The native plants just to a lot of people are not aesthetically pleasing. I know to some that they are, but when I hear a lot of people talk about Rock Haddon, for example, driving by, the question I always get is why is the city not cleaning up these weeds? But they're native plants, right? And to people that know, they're beautiful, but to people that don't, they're not. And so that would be my only comment there. But again, I don't know that I feel strongly either way. I'll put it out there for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you. Tell me if you hear me garbled.
We're good.
Yes. Okay. I just want to take off from what Councilmember McCarthy said. Perhaps I always appreciate when there's an interpretation of what's going on. So perhaps any plants that are used, I do prefer native because I can't stand palm trees where they don't belong. But perhaps there could be an explanation, like we've seen in other parts of our city, of what the plant is, and perhaps some sort of signage, or even a sort of a key, as we've seen before. So I don't necessarily have an opinion of it, than I would like to see native with some sort of interpretation provided, some sort of informational guide, if that's the direction we'd like to go. Then I'll make that recommendation.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would also say, if possible, native. But it needs to look good, so not like St. Gilead that's dormant for most of the year, and but at least drought resistant. I know it's hard to have some plants in pots, native plants. I've tried and not succeeded very well. So I know there are people who know much more about this. So I would say give it a try. Thank you.
Elizabeth. Okay, let's go now to the applicants. If there's anything that your team wants to say, Anthony, Aaron, and Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. All we wanted to do is just thank you, staff, for the recommendation. As they talked about, we worked very closely with them on the recommendation. We had very good conversations. We feel we came to a great resolution, and we hope the City Council agrees with that resolution and just approves. And like I said, a special shout out to Guido, Matt, and
is your team okay then if we move on? Any other comments?
Yes, you're free to move on if you have any questions.
Yeah, we might come back to you. Let's hear from the public. Let's go to the public now. Raise your hand and we'll call on you. Anyone has any comments? Okay, we'll give everyone another couple of moments. Okay, we'll close public comments and would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, let's go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem Nina Dirksen.
In fact, I just had it here. I would like to make a motion that we approve a use permit for combined medical adult cannabis dispensary use. Just one second. I hope this is the right one. We've taken testimony, and I make a motion that we accept the staff recommendations as to the modifications to the building at 3100 Del Monte Boulevard, with caveat that native plants be used as best possible, as to the best of their ability, partnering with Marina Tree and Garden Club. And come back and I think that's the rest of my motion.
Is there a second for that motion? Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, I'd like to, well, let me second it and then I can add something to the motion. So I second, and then I'd like to make a comment and a question.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to add, Mayor Pro Tem, on the language of the maintenance clause that Council Member Fisher cited. I'd like to put in the words "and artwork" for the maintenance. I think we need to add that because it's not totally clear that all the other listed things would include a mural. And I have a question on this that I just thought of is that on the exhibit 2, this is on page 20, is there any, this may be directed to our city attorney, when we talk about section 4.3 jobs and wage creation, and they're talking about local hiring and mandatory payment of wage, do we not need a non-discriminatory clause for this? Or is this something different?
Through the mayor, I think that's something different. The state contracts are required to have the non-discrimination version. It's not, I don't think it's the same provision for the municipal code, but I do think it's a good idea to include it going forward as we discussed. But it is prohibited to discriminate, so.
Yes, yes, but and could we add the phrases that you're working on to this contract, even though we don't have it ready today, or is this something that we can't add today?
Through the mayor, I think you can add that today. Again, it's what the law requires, so I don't think the applicant will have an issue with that. We can certainly put that language in the agreement.
Okay, so again, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen, could we add that too as another part to the motion that we add in a non-discriminatory clause to Exhibit 2?
Yes, yes. So the motion will include a clause that artwork is included, as well as a non-discrimination clause. While it is state law and federal law, we'd like to emphasize that.
Great, thank you so much.
All right. Any, I'm so sorry. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just have a comment and a potential friendly amendment consideration. First, the applicant and staff. I appreciate the applicant calling out staff for the hard work that they've done. I know that we have not necessarily made this easy for either the applicant or staff, but this is the process that we have to try to get what's best for our residents. I just really appreciate everyone's hard work on this. Amendment-wise, I am a little bit worried about the little bit of ambiguity in what the publicly approved mural would be. And I'm also very concerned that there's some potential conflicts in our cannabis ordinance itself, which we worked very hard to restrict the types of signage and outwardly facing depictions of the business. So a possible amendment that I'd like for consideration is that the mural must be approved from Marina Youth Arts or similar bona fide youth arts organizations selected by staff, must not represent the business, cannabis, or cannabis activities in any way, and must depict nature themes appropriate for all ages.
If I can respond to that, to the mayor.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. While I appreciate your amendments, I do not want to put an onus on an organization that might not have the capacity to. I am on the board of Marina Youth Arts, so I wouldn't want to put the onus on an organization that may not have the capacity or bandwidth to do this. So perhaps we can come up with some other, without micromanaging, what makes possibly some assurances that it will not depict illegal drug use, and it will include some other sorts of artistic interpretation that is positive, because art is subjective, and what I just I don't like putting I understand what you're trying to say, but I think we can't take this that far. That's my opinion, but perhaps city manager can weigh in on this.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can trust staff on this one. They see the design before they approve the design. But let me give it back to Brian, and then we'll get our city manager, Lane Long, a chance to provide some final.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe as an alternative, instead of Marina Youth Arts, we just say that it come back to the council as a consent item. And then the second part of the question for the city attorney is, and I apologize for not getting this question in prior to the meeting, but has there been any review of our ordinance and whether this mural might present a conflict of the signage stipulations in the ordinance?
Through the mayor, I haven't seen any rendering of a potential mural at this point, so I don't have any basis to review it. But I mean, it certainly would be part of the approval process for staff, is to make sure that it aligns with and is permitted by the municipal code.
I guess, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just more generally, if any mural for that matter would present a conflict, would it be considered a sign under the ordinance necessarily?
Mayor, if I can respond to that. I do like the thought of bringing it back to staff to look at. And I think you raised some good points, because our sign ordinance restricts signs to a very specific size and locations. And even we had initially talked about a big mural on the side and then kind of to the name of their store. I think that is definitely a violation of the sign ordinance. We have legal issues associated just with our with the cannabis ordinance, and so I think anything with the mural really needs to come back to staff so we can look at it really closely from that lens. And then if the council want to come back to the council or to some other organization, but as community, my suggestion is let us look at it for compliance on a lot of different levels.
Okay. Let's go back to Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm finished. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I think we're ready for a roll call vote. I'm sorry, hold off on that for just a moment. Our city manager, Matt Movison.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to defer to our city attorney here.
Right, Heidi, I missed that.
That's okay, Mayor. I just wanted to ask Mayor Pro Tem if just to clarify that her motion does include the CEQA finding, just the full motion, and also the extension of the permit.
Yes, it does. I was reading off the recommendation. Would you like me to read it in full?
I think we're okay.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clarify for us, Heidi. I open a public hearing just to make sure that I open and close the public hearing.
Yes, I also think you had, Matt also wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Regarding the public hearing, Bill, Heidi, you think we did it okay? I didn't explicitly say we're opening a public hearing, we're closing a public hearing.
Mayor, I think you're fine because you did, you can always make that statement now that you're closing the public hearing, but it is listed on the agenda that way, or it's listed as an action item, I think. The agenda. I would just say it for the record, so it's clear to everybody that the hearing is closed.
Okay, so our public hearing is closed, and let's go to our city manager, and then we'll come back to our mayor pro tem, our assistant city manager.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask if the council would consider some slight revisions in the motion, just for cleanup purposes. And, so the mural is actually listed as one of the performance items they need to get done within 45 days, submitted in 60 days. So if we want to pull that out, that's really fine. We would just make it a separate condition. The mural will come back, for more review later on. We'll take it out of performance of those days in the development agreement. So that's number one. And then number two, on the item to make sure that any kind of future mural or any of the property in general is maintained to a higher standard. If it's possible to make that just a separate condition of approval, I think that would be cleaner for us, our administration in the future. And that could just be simply worded as, on an annual basis in the annual inspection, the staff ensures all landscaping and artwork on the property are aesthetically. I don't think we quite will be able to capture under. Yeah.
Okay, so Mayor pro tem, why don't you take those 2 points and let us know what you think about those and anything else you had?
I think those are great. I wonder if I should restate the motion. Okay, we'll do a stab at it here. Okay. I motion that we accept the proposed modifications to an approved use permit for the cannabis dispensary at 3100 Del Monte Boulevard, also known as Catalyst, that we include artwork in the scope of the mural. We include language that includes non-discrimination policies, non-discrimination policies, that we include a maintenance and landscaping plan inspection upon annual or yet to be determined. I guess I would say on an annual or semi-annual. I'm going to say on an annual inspection of the property and or review of its license. That we have here. That we remove the language having to do with the 45 to 60 days completion of the mural, and in its place add that the proposed artwork come before this body, working with staff for input prior to putting paint to wall, and that I think I have it all. Anything I did? Was there anything that I missed?
I would say the and or. I think it would be an and. You don't want to have CUP review instead of the maintenance, the adequacy of the landscaping and the artwork.
Okay, I'll accept that using swapping out certain language for and/or.
You just said and scratch the or. It wouldn't be a substitution. You get them both.
Or.
An and. So they would do the license review and ensure that the landscaping and artwork are adequately maintained.
What he said.
Is the second hold, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go first to City Attorney Heidi Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, the other 2 points are that the council also finds the project exempt from CEQA and is extending the use permit until January 1st, 2024.
Tim, are you okay adding those 2 points to your motion?
Yes.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah.
you're garbled, Mayor Pro Tem. You can give a thumbs up or actually you're frozen. Maybe turn off your video. Okay, let's come back to Christina Marina Dirksen and ask her if she approves of those 2 points. We can't communicate with her right now, but let's go to Councilmember McCarthy and then Bashir.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to double check with staff that that motion language gives them the required ability to kind of review the mural piece, and for some reason they find it's not a good idea, we can kind of reassess at that time. And we're not committing to doing a mural with that motion. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, the motion says that staff's going to have a bite at it, and then it's going to come to council before paint on the wall.
Okay, but if for some reason, I mean, it sounds like the city attorney hasn't had a chance to look at it, but if they find that it's in conflict with our existing code, then we would just reassess it at that time, right?
I don't think we would see it. I don't think we'll see it until it passes staff's review.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then just a comment, I think the discussion from the council on this has been really, really good, and I'm just really thrilled to see the outcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher, and we'll come back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one question. Was the annual still in the motion because the annual maintenance check? Because I would like that to be removed because for me, it should be maintained year round and not at an annual or biannual inspection only. But it might be overkill because I think it's already in the agreement anyway.
Get a staff response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say we could work with either one, on an annual basis. That is a trigger for us. Definitely, go in there and look at things. It's always a good thing, but if the staff is observing that there's a problem with any kind of artwork or, deteriorating, peeling off the wall, or tagging on it, we would definitely contact the business.
Yeah, and they want to stay in good stead, so they get their annual renewal of the CUP. So I think they would address it sooner than later if at all possible. A very good question. Councilmember Elizabeth, did you have anything else?
No, this is it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's come back to Councilmember McCarthy after we give Mayor Pro Tem a chance to approve the 2 points to complete the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Dirksen?
Yes, I approve all of those, and I would like to make a quick comment. Okay, I just wanted to say thank you very much to staff for working diligently on this. We've crafted an ordinance that first time coming out to date with how our cannabis is working out. And this particular applicant had a very troublesome location, probably the location with the most work. Yet they've worked diligently with staff to come up with a good plan. I personally look forward to it, and I'm especially grateful for them for hiring union workers. So they have been contributing to our community, their tax dollars and their support. So I am very much looking forward to a very a project that is going to be aesthetically pleasing as we enter, the main thoroughfare of our town, of our community. So I wanted to give kudos all the way around to Mr. Johnson and the team, Mr. Blake, and our staff for the attention that this has taken and the time. So thank you.
Kudos to the Catalyst team, Civic Groups team. Thank you, everybody. All right, so I think we're ready to have the vote. I'm sorry, one more. I'm sorry. Let's make sure we get Councilmember Biala to say yes as a second to the added points from the city attorney through the Mayor Pro Tem.
I second. Amended, yes.
Go ahead, please, Anita.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
All right. Thanks again to everybody. Successful conclusion. Win-win for everyone, I hope. We're going to move on to the GPAC, the General Plan Advisory Committee, and who'll be leading us through that, Lane? Allison, item?
Allison Hunter will be doing that for us.
We really miss Guido because he's not able to type up the motion as we pull it together. All right, Allison, welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and members of the public. I do have a brief slideshow that I will try to share with you. And also, right before starting my presentation, if it would be okay, I would like to share very, very briefly our MailChimp outreach, one of the many outreach efforts that has already been underway that our consultant Ramey and Associates has kicked off. So this was, I don't know if any of you received an email notifying you and there's the mayor, notifying you and all of the residents who are on many of our kind of group emails that we use for outreach throughout the city of this way to kind of keep up to date on what's going on with the general plan update. It links to our website. It links to a variety of different just ways to keep informed, email, Facebook page, Nextdoor, etc. And when we sent this blast out, I thought it was noteworthy, and why I'm sharing it with you is that we sent this email blast to 1,490 people, residents, and people who sign up for notifications, and 1,469 of them have subscribed. So they're following the general plan update. So I thought that was a pretty tremendous little bit of data to share with you, and people are really interested, and it kind of follows along what we're hearing and what I'm hearing when I've done a couple of tabling little adventures out in the community. So I thought that was pretty great, and I just wanted to share that with you before I started my actual presentation. Okay, so let's see here. Tonight, as you know, we are asking the City Council to make appointments to the new General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC for short, and accept the bylaws that have been presented to you. And just a little reminder, you did get a slightly updated, slightly modified version of the bylaws sent to you by email yesterday. They just had some minor corrections. So, quick background, as you recall, in October 2022, the City Council approved the agreement for professional services with Ramey and Associates to prepare a comprehensive general plan update, which includes environmental review, economic growth potential review, all kinds of things. I won't go into detail about what a general plan is, but that is another topic that we'll be having a lot of outreach on. So stay tuned for that. On January 25th, 2023, City Council and Planning Commission held a joint study session to officially kick off the general plan update. You'll remember Matt Ramey is the principal of Ramey and Associates, did this presentation. And at that meeting, we asked each council member to provide 3 names of community members with one as a primary choice to help form the General Plan Advisory Committee. And I will say that your council was very energetic and provided many more than 3 in some cases. So we did not have a dearth of candidates to choose from, which was really great. So our original goal was a 9 to 11 member GPAC based on council picks, and then staff would augment through a public application process. At that meeting also, the city council agreed generally that if there were more than 9 to 11 great candidates, then perhaps 13 members would be fine. So the council recommendations we received was actually 20. And then we did receive 7 applications from the general public. Based on council updates and clarifications and several last minute changes, since the agenda packet was released, you'll see a couple of different names on this table than what was in your packet. But Grace Silva Santella was included. She was erroneously left off in your packet. John McCluskey has declined, so his name has been removed. And Joey Pisadillo was replaced with Maria Holland. Then, as I mentioned, a slightly updated version of the bylaws were sent to you yesterday. So the next slide will show the table of the council members' primary pick and most people's additional recommendations as well. And these recommendations really were very well-rounded and generally met the goals for the diversity that the council was indicating to be very important. So we're now looking at a membership of 13 people. So here is the list of the names and how they we made this table to try to spell out how we're trying to reach the diversity goals that the council and planning commission also mentioned were very important. So we tried to kind of spread people throughout your council districts. We looked at veteran status, business owner, youth. You see we have several educators, and then ethnic diversity as well. As you can see, we have Maria Holland Dungo, Dungo and Grace Silva Santella are now shown in red. They just are on since your packet went out, and then we've removed Sean McCluskey. But the blue check marks indicate people who have confirmed and verified. So we've actually, most of these are council recommendations who have also turned in an application. So we consider that a confirmation of interest. The other people still have not received confirmation from. So it's possible that of these 13 people, a few might fall off. Not to worry, that will be okay. If we end up with 7, 9, 11, we do of course want to keep an odd number if possible, just to kind of keep a straw poll tiebreaker. But it's not the end of the world if all 13 of these individuals do not confirm. So to conclude, the GPAC is, and this is just a reminder, the GPAC is one of many opportunities to participate in the preparation of the general plan update. The public and council and planning commission members will be informed of and invited to multiple community workshops. They'll receive direct mail and email. Like I mentioned, I showed you that MailChimp, exciting people following. There'll be pop-up events, online engagement and surveys. We'll have special environmental justice and economic development engagement, continuing online updates, news, announcements, information. And then we're really excited. Not only we have some contacts already to help us with Spanish and Korean translation, but also a couple of these individuals who have confirmed on the list, the GPAC membership list, also have some ability to possibly help us with Tagalog and Hindi and Urdu translation. So we'll see. We might be able to get a really great, breadth of communication on this. So to conclude, staff recommends that the city council adopt the resolution appointing the list of residents provided to the GPAC and accept the bylaws as presented. And just a note, bylaws are not required to be formally adopted. You can just accept them as presented. And we will ensure that this finalized table of members is put into the resolution if it is adopted tonight. And that's the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Allison. You're being very successful in your outreach and the consultancy. It's fantastic. That really is a shocking high number as far as the community involvement. All right, any questions for Allison, staff on that? Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just very impressed. I don't just a comment. The listing here is really a high quality deliverable item here because these are people, many of them I don't even know. So I would say that you have really done a great job in sort of getting a very balanced committee. Because we want to make sure that, we have not just, the folks that are generally here and participating, but a list that represents so many groups in Marina. So I really commend you. This was really wonderful. Thank you, Allison.
And I aired mea culpa that didn't talk clarifying questions. Let's try to keep our comments extremely brief and focus on clarifying questions, and we'll come back to the comments. Let's go to Mayor Marina Dirksen.
I'm here on a comment, and more has to do with outreach.
So if you clarify a question, then we'll come back to what you think
Okay,
is not.
perhaps clarifying then, how much use, if any, did you use social media, Nextdoor, or any other sort of, what kind of marketing tools did you use to reach people?
I did include the call for applications on both our Facebook page and our Nextdoor page, as well as I believe I did put a little splash out there on the city's main website page. And then I went through that MailChimp pretty quickly, but that was also on the MailChimp email that went out, a link to the GPAC application.
So, to clarify, did we learn some lessons here of what you may have done differently that we can employ in other areas when we're trying to do outreach? What in your opinion? I know you're new to our organization, but what, in your opinion, do you think worked?
Well, frankly, the names that the council people, you yourselves provided, make up the majority of this list. So I think we really relied on you folks as the people who know this community best to provide, a wide swath of people you felt would fill the role the best. So I would say that was the key in creating this list.
I want to thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to come back to the council after public comment? Councilor Biala or Councilor Fisher?
Yes, I think I could do this, I hope. So I would like to motion that the city council adopt the resolution appointing the list of residents provided to the GPAC and accept the bylaws as presented.
Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Councilor Biala, did you have comments or anything? Well, we're going to go to public comments, right? Okay, so let's go to public comments. If you want to speak, please raise your hand. Let's go to Kathy Imamura. Welcome back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is Brad. I'm actually logging on with Kathy's sign in, if that's okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hello.
I just wanted to, hi, how you doing? Just wanted clarification with the council. What was the criteria that the council used for their own personal selections to this committee? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brad, and we'll open that up to council once the public comment is over. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a quick question about the criteria for understanding what the diversity of selection would be. I didn't quite catch exactly all the parameters, so if somebody could clarify what that is, I'd appreciate it.
Can you state your question again, Jeff? I'm not sure what it is.
So there were a number of check marks on the spreadsheet that was presented about what the diversity criteria would be in terms of what the representation of the committee would be representative of the citizens of Marina themselves. So, home ownership versus renters, what criteria were used to come up with the criteria for selection?
What criteria were used to come up with the criteria for selection?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Anyone else? I'll give you a moment or two. Okay, let's close for the comment, and we'll come back to staff. I'm starting with Jeff Markham's question. What criteria were used for selecting the criteria to select people on the committee?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The criteria was really taken from the discussion from the January study session. If you'd like, I could share my screen again and put that table back up.
Sure.
Let's see here. Um, let me see here. Can you see this?
Yes.
My presentation?
Yes.
I wonder why it's not letting me change slides for some reason. There we go. So here's the table. The general premise was the Council and Planning Commission were looking for a committee that represents the diversity of the city. You wanted ethnic diversity, you wanted people from spread around the city. So we tried as much as we could to spread out the council districts. So members are representing the 4 council districts, and of course, the mayor is citywide. Veterans groups, business owners, youth, educators. Those were the key takeaways that staff left the study session with, and so those were the criteria that you council people took with you to make your selections and your recommendations.
Mayor, if I can add to that, the council didn't identify all these, per se, these are specific criteria, but from the overall discussion, it was, we really wanted a diversity representing it broadly across the city. So there weren't any specific identified criteria. We put this table together to kind of represent and reflect districts of the city, some of the occupations, and some of those factors. But the council didn't identify exactly specific things other than gave direction. You really wanted broad diversity, wanted new new voices, new perspective, and certainly your the people that you put on your list certainly I think gave a lot of direction for this final end result. And so staff we kind of really looked at that very heavily as we tried to balance that with the other people who had applied.
All right, thank you. Then Brad asked for each council member what we used. And this is up to each council member. You don't have to respond. But I'll just start out that I wanted to nominate a youth, I wanted to nominate a vet, I wanted to nominate a business owner, and I wanted to nominate an educator. It turns out there's 4 educators. If I would have known that, maybe I would have chosen some other constituent group. But that was my thinking. Um, I definitely wanted diversity, so I was also looking at underrepresented communities. If you look at our city council, historically, our planning commission historically, it's 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 doesn't have a lot of the diversity that Marina represents. So if we want that to be reflective of our population, we need to try to make some explicit efforts to try to get more diversity on our leadership committees, such as our commissions and council. Okay. Anyone else want to speak to that? Let's go with Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I have tried to refer different people, different residents, renters and homeowners, female, male. I tried to get a business owner. It was hard. Somebody from the sports community. I thought that was important to get that voice in there as well. And then within the district that I represent, I've also tried to get different people there from the new development or from Preston or Avon Park. I did not always succeed, but I really tried to recommend a variety of people, and I think the staff did a great job forming this committee. And everybody who did not get selected or who did not apply, of course, everybody will be able to participate in surveys and workshops. And I don't know how many, there will be quite a few events that people can participate. So that also helped me I knew that I could not contact everybody in the limited time that we had, but I knew anybody who is interested can participate. So thank you all very much for this.
Let's go to Councilor Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I was a little bit more simplistic in recommendations. First, I would say foremost that I was thinking about people that I know are committed to Marina and that are good team players, that they would be adding some good, vibes to a group and be vocal and respectful. And so that was kind of the main thing. I think I'm trying to choose a diverse group as a secondary, but also that they have to be good, have a good ability to work within the team. So that was pretty much, and then they would fall out in any of these, whether they're veterans or business owners or educators. That was sort of, I wasn't considering that, but those two criteria are my main concerns.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you. I had 2 points. One was I wanted to make sure that the motion included the revisions to the lists, because we did have some revisions to it. And the other
Let's stop there, Christina. Let's just make sure that we got that in the motion. Heidi or Anita, did we capture that in the motion? We did. Allison?
Yes, the motion did reflect those additions to it.
Do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you. And to answer Mr. Imamura, I came to the table with really thinking mindset of who's going to be here within 15 to 20 years from now. Who's going to have buy-in of either wanting to keep their families here or opportunities to see our city grow. So some of mine, one of mine was a person who works for Joby, who is a brilliant person, and I thought, of representing an industry like that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it. But my other person actually approached me, and she has a background and skill set of professionalism in terms of working within city government in a high level. She understands working with groups. She's extremely efficient, and she has a young child. The other thing I wanted to point out was we do have a Marina High School student here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this narrow. She is a high school, Marina high school student who's actually a governor of the Kiwanis and a very bright and brilliant person who's taking part in a lot of our city activities. So I think coming to the table with just as I kind of thought to myself, how do we expand this net of involvement and engagement? Because in many things, some of you may agree, from years past, it's always been the same people who've had the same voice and the same vision. It's kind of like the squeaky wheel. So I think we've done an excellent job of sort of leading by example and bringing new people into the fold. And they've all been waiting and wanting to take part in our city government. And it's just taken a matter of what Allison's done, keeping, getting to them in various ways, and of course, personal ask. So we have an incredible skill set, including out where Mr. Memora lives. I've encountered so many people with interesting skill sets, either retiring here or just within our midst, business owners, and they just need to be asked. They need to be invited to the table, and that's exactly what we're doing here. And so many more of the initiatives that this council is moving forward on. So good job, everybody, for reflecting who we are as an engaged community.
All right, thank you, everybody, for those comments. And now the council, we have our last chance to make our general comments on this matter, and then we'll go to a vote. And I'm sorry, let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would just like to thank all the residents who have submitted applications. And I was very pleased to read that the recommended committee members and those who submitted applications but were not selected will be added to the stakeholder list for direct interviews by the consultant team. I think that is a very nice thing to do, because these clearly are residents who are very interested in this. So thanks again, staff, for doing a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up erroneously.
Okay, if we go to a roll call vote for the meeting.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Special shout out to Allison, who's just at the farmer's market. She's doing everything she can. It's really showing results. Thank you to everyone involved.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to consider our public meeting format. Going back to in person. Elaine, who'd like to lead us tonight?
Our wonderful city attorney Heidi Quinn will be handling this item.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I have a PowerPoint because I know my presentation, the written materials are kind of wordy. I am technically challenged, so I think, thank you, Matt. Saved by the assistant city manager. Okay, so as many of you know, we have been able to meet very freely in this virtual format because of AB 361, and AB 361 modified the traditional teleconferencing rules under the Brown Act. Go to the next slide. So I'm going to just briefly review the rules that we have through the end of February, and then I'll move on to the new modification to the Brown Act, AB 2449, and then revisit the traditional rules. And so tonight, the council is asked to decide the proper meeting format for the council, as well as recommendations for the subsidiary bodies. So we'll go to the next slide. So AB 361, it just modifies all of the teleconferencing requirements that are set forth in the Brown Act during the proclaimed state of emergency. So Governor Newsom had this in place last October. He said that this state of emergency would end at the end of February. And this allowed virtual meetings in certain circumstances. One, there was a proclaimed state of emergency, local officials recommended social distancing measures, or there were certain other grounds in which the body was going to meet, whether meeting in person would present risk to health and safety, or meeting in person would, or the legislative body would determine that meeting in person would present risk. And this is why on your agenda, every month you've made that emergency proclamation, which harks back to the governor's proclamation. So we've had to make those findings every 30 days. And the next slide, please. So basically 361, a lot of the Brown Act requirements remain the same, such as the notice and posting of agendas, but the public was allowed to address the council directly via call-in or internet Zoom, and the notice of our agendas had to include all of that access information. There were certain restrictions. The city could not prohibit the public from commenting during the meeting. You couldn't require comments to be submitted in advance. And I think if you remember back to the early days of COVID, a lot of these virtual meetings were quite messy. And how do we do public comment? And are people going to write it in? Do we have to read them? So we kind of got that straightened out over the past couple of years. If there were time limits for comments, like you only have a 30-minute period, people must be allowed to register up until the end of that time. And if there was any disruption of Zoom, which we have seen over time in these formats, whether it was a bomb or spotty reception, the council was not able to take action until the access was restored. Next slide. So this emergency proclamation ends at the end of this month. And so basically the council is required to return to in-person meetings. So with that, you now have two options. You can adopt the teleconferencing rules under AB 2449, which I'll go over in a moment, or revert to the traditional rules, or both. Okay.
If everyone can mute themselves who's not talking.
Okay, so in any event, whether you're going to be following 2449 or the traditional rules, you have to have a quorum of the council or the legislative body. If we're talking about a subsidiary body, they have to participate within the city boundaries in person from a location that's identified on the agenda. So this isn't so different. We've always had that with traditional teleconferencing. You can't have all of the council members participating from afar. So what AB 2449, the requirements for that, only a minority of the council can participate remotely. The city has to provide the option for the public to remotely observe and comment. A lot of these rules are really only for the council. So that would be Zoom or Teams or another format. And if a member of the council wants to participate remotely under 2449, they have to do it for just cause or emergency circumstances. And under either ground, the council member has to participate audio and visual. So the council member can't turn off the camera. And there has to be a notification to the body and a disclosure of the circumstances. Next slide, please. So the complaint or the feedback I'm hearing from other city attorneys are that these rules are a little bit complicated. It's not exactly clear when a circumstance would be just cause or emergency. So just cause is really caregiving or childcare needs. It could be an illness. It could be related to a physical or mental disability. And it could also be travel while on official business of the city or another state or local agency. The just cause circumstance can only be used by a council member twice in a calendar year. And the council member can make that notification up until the meeting starts, and it doesn't have to be approved by the majority of the council members. The emergency circumstances, on the other hand, it's a little bit more loosely defined. It's just a physical or a family emergency. And again, the council member can make the notification up to the start of the meeting, but the council has to take a vote whether they approve or don't approve the use of the emergency circumstances. Either of these grounds, a council member is limited to invoking these 3 consecutive months or 20% of the regular meetings in a calendar year. Next slide. So again, there are disclosures that are required. Again, you have to make a council member wanting to invoke these grounds would have to notify the council on the record, giving a general description of the circumstances, again, not revealing personal or medical information. Also, the council member has to disclose whether there are any people 18 years or older in the room and the general nature of the relationship with that person. Next slide. Another alternative, which can be used simultaneously, are the traditional teleconferencing roles. And if you think back to this, we used to have on the agendas, if a council member was traveling, you'd have to put the location of the hotel or the cruise ship or wherever on the agenda, and that agenda would need to be posted at that alternative location. And that location has to be accessible to the public. And there has to be the ability of the public to address the council at each of those locations, and all votes have to be by roll call. And just to highlight the differences between the traditional rules and 2449, there is no requirement that council vote or approve the use of the teleconferencing, and there's no limit on the frequency. Next slide. So with AB 2449, there is, and also with traditional rules, there could be, depending on how frequently these circumstances arise or the council wants to travel, there can be issues with tracking because a council member can give that notification right up to the meeting. It's possible if you have multiple people traveling or sick or calling those emergency circumstances that you wouldn't have a quorum within the city limits. So there is a little bit of administrative work to make sure that you have a quorum before the meeting starts, a quorum within the jurisdiction of the city, and that no single council member has exceeded their 2 just cause or their 3 meetings. There can also be some procedural issues that you may need to work out if you've got members of the public participating remotely and also in person. How are you going to coordinate those comments? Does one get priority? People can sign up until the last minute. So, sometimes as people speak, other people decide that they would like to speak as well. So there is going to be some tracking with that. And then there are considerations for the additional staffing that might be required at a hybrid meeting, not necessarily at the council level, but certainly at the subsidiary body. So those are just some considerations for the council to think about tonight. And next slide. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, the action tonight is to provide direction for the format of the council meeting and the subsidiary bodies as well.
All right. Thank you for all that work. Now we'll have clarifying questions, starting out with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick clarification, because the staff report says A or B, but your presentation said A and or B. So just to clarify, the traditional teleconference rules always apply. The council couldn't decide they didn't want to follow those even if they wanted to. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also, could we have the presentation sent to us? It's always a lot easier to see the points in the slide presentations. I wanted to ask you on the issue of it with traditional teleconferencing before, and I had to use this because I went overseas one time. I think this was in the planning commission, and for 2 weeks when you're going overseas, that wasn't adequate. So those are, and I know this has happened to many others, that they're somehow not in the list of just causes or emergency. We could exercise that because we are volunteers and we do have other lives besides council, and with the expectation that we couldn't have an absence based on that, or do teleconferencing for vacations. Now it seems that if we went to the AB 2449, those are not allowed. Is that correct? We couldn't do a conference because we were overseas or we were in another state or whatever.
If you're traveling, you would just revert to those posting requirements under the traditional teleconferencing rules. But if you're let's just say even if you're traveling, you could make an announcement that you can't participate. I mean, it's really interesting. My preface, I want to address also Council Member McCarthy's comment is that from what I've seen on the city attorney listserv, people are really struggling with how these work. A lot of cities are going to in-person only. They don't want to deal with 2449 because these categories aren't clear and the tracking is difficult. So many public agencies are going to in-person meetings. And the discussion I was following was really about these tracking rules. So it's a little bit of a mind bender to think about how are you going to participate when we're going to be, if the council decides to utilize both, which it can. There's no, as Councilmember McCarthy said, there's no prohibition against reverting to what the state law requires for traditional teleconferencing. Really, the benefit of following 2449 is that it allows you a little bit more flexibility to participate remotely, right? So it's just a little bit, I think there's downsides with the tracking. But so if you're traveling, I think this is your question, which is a really long-winded answer. If you're traveling and you notice the agenda at each location, and then are you saying then you get sick and you want to invoke one of the other grounds?
No, that you simply, because in 2449, you only have just cause and an emergency in which to do teleconferencing if you're a council person. But we used to be able to say we'd like to teleconference because, we're going to be in Kansas, and we can access, our computer. We can, we can do that because we're visiting family and it's over the Tuesday evening. So in that case, we would say that we're using the teleconferencing rules of the Traditional Brown Act that you've listed as the first option. So we can still do that if we're going to do both.
You can do both. You can do. Okay. You would just notice it on the agenda that you're traveling. I mean, under the traditional rules, there's a notification period, right? You have to know by the Friday before the agenda is published that you're not going to be in the city's jurisdiction.
Okay.
With the just cause and emergency circumstances, you can give that notification all the way up to the meeting.
Okay. All right.
And if I may add with that, if you go with the traditional ones, that agenda, when it goes out on Friday with the packet, it has to have that location posted on there. So the public has noticed that where you're going to be, and you have to post it physically at that location, and the public is allowed to enter into that location. So you're at a hotel room, post it on that door, and let them know that they can enter, knock and enter.
Yeah. Did
They're
that,
on
right. Okay. All right. So that's clarifying. I think the and or is really what I didn't quite understand until Commissioner until Councilmember McCarthy said that. So okay. So we would have to decide today that we could do both or at either or. Is that correct today or?
I think what you're really deciding, as Councilmember McCarthy pointed out, the traditional rules will always apply. What you're deciding today, do you want to add the other additional flexibility and administrative requirements of AB 2449 and allow hybrid meetings so the public can participate remotely?
Yes, and I think that's a great idea. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to know, I know that there are several public agencies that will wait with their decision because of AB 2449 being so complex and not clear. So my question is, how easy or hard will it be to make a different decision in the future?
Mayor, I don't think it's going to be a hard decision to make in the future. Just like tonight, we're having a discussion. You'll give your reasons for why you might want to allow the hybrid meetings, and if it changes, I think the rules are changing. I don't think they make a lot of sense, and there is a lot of discussion, and I think we're going to come up with a lot of quirks in how we implement it. So I don't think it's set in stone. If it's not working, we can come back and revisit it.
Thank you. Yeah, because I think just like probably all other council members, I'm in favor of the hybrid, for the public to be able to zoom in. But yeah, we might want to change our decision once we work with the rules to see how that works or not. So thank you.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am following the logic here of Councilmember Fisher and Bayala and support what they're saying. I do have a clarifying question. If I remember correctly, under the traditional method, there's really no, there didn't appear, from what I experienced and other council members, any limit to how many times they can miss meetings. Is that right?
Through the mayor, that's correct. There's no explanation required. I mean, there's personal information that may be disclosed by the noticing, but there is no rule or cap on how many times because the council member is actually participating in the meeting.
When they're absent?
They're not absent, right? I mean, under the traditional teleconferencing rules, they're allowed to participate, but they're allowed to participate from out of state, for example, as long as.
That's not what I meant. What I meant is traditionally we're back in session and somebody's not there. And then they're not there 2 weeks later, and then they're not there 3 weeks later. So there didn't seem, am I correct, city manager?
Yeah, that's a totally different issue. So that's not the teleconferencing rules. That is within our municipal code. There are requirements on attending council meeting, and that attendance doesn't specify whether it be remotely or whether it be in person. But there are rules. I don't remember, but like over if you miss a certain number of council meetings in a row, then the council can have a discussion about that and how to address that. But that's in our code. That doesn't have to. It doesn't deal with these state rules applying to if you're elect to teleconference in remotely.
Okay, so before us is an option to do a hybrid option that gives us flexibility, correct? So we can follow through with the traditional in-person, some of us if we wanted to, as well as the hybrid with all of the hosting requirements wherever we are. And also, am I correct? And it also applies to, will we see any kind of drop-off in participation from the public? Does it provide more flexibility because they can speak in public as well as how we're currently doing it? Do we have the technical capabilities to continue doing it this way?
Yeah, I would imagine that we will still have a large amount of public still Zoom and they won't come in. But those that want to attend the council chambers in person, they will have the ability to do that. We're going to explore it on the staff end and see how our resources go as far as tracking this. Initially, Matt is kind of handling all that Zoom part of the meeting. We may need to bring in additional part-time help to assist with that. So we're just going to kind of play that one as it goes along. Our recommendation on that on that aspect is if you do hybrid, only do it for the council meeting and planning commission meeting, and then the other commissions will be public works or economic development or recreation and cultural services. They just meet in person as they have in the past, and don't apply the hybrid. That would involve a lot more staff, a lot more resources. You have to start tracking a lot of different people. And we just aren't prepared to do that. So for those who are just recommending in person only, as it was in the past, but planning commission and council, we think we have the staff, the ability to do that.
And just for clarification, the commissions are not filmed, is that correct? They're not on AMP?
They are.
Thank you.
Okay. So in the future, staff participation, can we make it so that the staff can have their choice of being in person or um, participating in every way via Zoom?
I've had this discussion with the directors, and the ones that live close by, I think it's important that they attend the council meeting in person if they're able to. We'll always have situations where they are. Um, but if we have staff, whether it be current staff now or others that live further away, we certainly will be extending the Zoom option to them, and we hope that the council is comfortable with that.
Okay. Now, for non-directors, most of them are represented by the employee association. Right? So for those employees represented by associations, what will their options be?
It'll just be like the other employees. So it'll be as we've done in the past. So if they have, and typically it's just uh, you go down to the, I guess, manager level or even below that. So Adrian, Nick, it's primarily our planning staff that would come and make presentations, and we just have them make them in person.
So the business about if you live far from home, you can zoom in. That will not apply to uh, staff below the director level.
No, I'm not going to discriminate based on whether you're director or not. If you need to be at a council meeting for whatever reason, if you live a long way away, I'll be giving those employees the opportunity to Zoom. I don't want employees driving home an hour and a half away at 11:30 and 12 o'clock at night. That's where Zoom technology has really helped. Because previously we didn't have that option available, and so our employees that lived a long way away were driving home late at night. But now that we have Zoom, we're able to use that technology, and if they live a long way away.
So is there gray area in how far is long is far? Is it could there be a 20-mile radius or time drive?
I haven't defined any criteria. That's just my case by case basis. We'll just
All right, and then for the public, I assume, but I just want to clarify that if they are allowed to participate via Zoom or remotely, that they would be allowed to speak, just like tonight's meeting.
correct. So as we're putting together a draft uh, procedures of how we do it, we talked about that we would suggest that as you open up a public hearing or like the public comment for the consent, we would give the option to people in person first that have the ability to speak, and then after that, we would open up to the participants on Zoom, and would do the same thing for public hearing and action items. Those that are in the council chamber in person, we would give them the ability to speak first, and then the Zoom would be after that. That's kind of what we think the procedures.
It's been happening that way for a couple of months with the region Monterey. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Yaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, before COVID, when we did do teleconferencing, I believe it was just by phone because we didn't have this, we weren't really knowledgeable about all this Zoom, right? So we were just by phone. Now I'm trying to sit here and think of how, okay, let's say I'm now in the city hall physically, and I'm looking out and I see people just like we did in person. But I'm not going to have all of you who are on Zoom in front of me because I'm looking out in the city hall venue. How do we even see each other?
Well, those are the technological changes that Matt's been working on. And so at the dais, there will be a monitor for in front of all the council members and the mayor. So you'll have a monitor that will show you exactly what is going on over Zoom. We have it down low, so you'll still be able to see and interact with everyone in person, but you'll also have a monitor in front that you'll see what's going on with Zoom.
I don't know if I can do that. I can't talk and chew gum at the same time. My goodness. Okay. All right.
Kathy, the audience also needs to be able to see everybody. So what they do at Regen Monterey is they have two big screens, like TV screens, and everybody in the house can see both screens. And what I'm hearing the city manager is that people on the dais, which is ourselves, we will also have a small monitor in front of us. We don't have to look at that. If we choose to look at the big screen, like you see at the Coastal Commission.
Yes, now I understand. Yeah. Okay.
And right now we have one big screen, like you mentioned, Mayor, for the public. We don't have the wiring for the big screen in the back, which is why we have small monitors for the council to see. You are correct. So everyone sitting in the council chambers will be able to see the big monitor on the wall.
And so the people on the Zoom, like we are now, will they see us at, there's going to be another screen on here that shows all of us at the dais, but maybe not the public, so they might just have a camera on the dais.
Correct. The people at home will see, as we typically saw with our AMP, cameras will be on, not on everyone in the room, but they're on the council and the dais, and that's what the public will be able to see. And then when it switches over to Zoom from home, someone's home, then they will see that person on Zoom, and then it will come back to live there in the meeting.
Okay.
Lane, it would be nice to look into, like Regen Monterey, to have a separate camera, like a Zoom camera, pointing to the dais so that everybody at home will have a square that shows the dais. We can look into that. All right. Any more input, Mayor? Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a suggestion, or has it been considered if people who are in person get to speak first before those in Zoom? Are those some of the considerations you're going to be looking over?
Yes, we'll be recommending that the people in person speak first.
Okay. My second question to you is going back to this distance of our employees. I'm going to try to phrase this in a question. Are we not creating a system of preferential treatment between employees? Are we not creating a disincentives for living in town by providing people, employees who live further, the option to Zoom? And are we not, must we follow that recommendation of yours?
Those are all things within my authority and responsibility. Those aren't things that we bargain with the bargaining groups. Those are things that I talk over with our directors, and that's really not a decision that I want to really discuss over with the council. That it's just a ongoing decision on how we're going to operate day-to-day things. But we have those discussions with our directors and what we think is right and best for the city.
So
I appreciate what you are saying, but as I think about creating an environment, would these kind of incentives create an environment that would provide us better employee pools to pick from because we have flexibility?
Yes, we are working on, and we'll be bringing back to council different telecommuting and more flexible work policies. We've seen more and more cities having to adjust work schedules, whether it be your regular 8 to 5, 5 days a week, or whether it be evening meetings. And those are things we're working on. We expect to bring these policies back to the council once we have our human resource director on board. That recruitment's going very well right now.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We will go to the public now, right? And we'll come back and make a motion. I forgot for a moment which came first. Let's go to the public. Anyone have comment on this matter? Please raise your hand. We'll give everyone a couple minutes more, a couple moments more. Let's go to Mia Nguyen. Good evening, Mia.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. I just want to make a comment about the meeting offline. I think Zoom is very convenient for the public. I live close enough where I can come in person, but working a full-time job, sometimes it's easier just to dial in. So that's something to consider. And then I like the idea of having priority for those in person to speak first, and then those that dial in to speak after. One thing to also think about is if we ask for public comments, if people can identify, what city they live in, so that we kind of, uh, see who is providing the comments. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mia. Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And can staff respond to Mia's suggestion of listing place of residence or city of residence?
And we'll have Heidi respond to that. We have some legal issues with that.
We do, your mayor, members of council, and people also have a right to anonymous speech. They don't have to give a name. They don't have to provide any information. I think council could ask, but people don't have to respond. They don't have to answer the question.
So Heidi, can the chair the meeting say something like, public comment will be open. We would appreciate your name and where you live, but you don't have to give us any information. We welcome your comment. You like that?
Yes, Mayor, you could say something like that.
I've done that before. I didn't want to pressure people or make them look bad if they didn't.
You were tricking me to say.
No, I just wanted to know what sideboards I had. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't suspect that we would hear from any members of the public that would recommend that we take away their ability to participate remotely. And I can't help but reflect probably 5 years ago, sitting in an almost empty council chambers when I addressed the council and said, hey, why can't we do Skype? And of course, at that time, it was just too hard, right? Like as Councilmember Biala mentioned, we didn't know what we didn't know. I'm grateful that we know what we know now. I'm grateful that we have this ability to increase public participation. I'm 100% confident that Matt Moguson can set up a setup that works for us. I hope that we can keep the YouTube broadcast. That's been incredibly helpful for the public. To me, it's a no-brainer. When the time comes, I'd like to make a motion that we support a hybrid format in accordance with the staff report. Thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I think I forgot. I was listening so intently, I forgot what I was going to ask. But I do want to clarify for Mayor Totem, the absences from council is on our page 9, it's item 32. So just if you wanted to look up that. But the teleconferencing, as we have pointed out, has nothing to do with the absences because they are counted as us being present. So, but there is rules about that. Let me just think. Mm, Today, this is another question. But today, we're really not making any kind of motion other than saying we did a public hearing, right? Or is this something we have to do today?
You're definitely looking to get guidance from the council to say, yes, you want to move forward with the hybrid format, or just say no, we just want to do in person. So we want some guidance with that.
Or we do both. we can do both, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We
And
have
then,
to, sorry, we have to appear in person though in the first meeting. So
the,
regardless of whether we don't do the make a decision, we must appear in person.
the majority of the council has to be meeting in person.
Right. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, we did not close public comment, and then I wanted to make a comment.
Close public comment.
You did? Oh, okay.
There are a couple of nuances with that as you're asking questions, I want to clarify a couple of things. And this is where the new law, it really does require you have to have a quorum in person at the meeting. So regardless whether you're telecommuting under the old policy or doing a special meeting under 2449, you still have to have a quorum present. If you don't have a quorum present, you don't have a meeting. If we do the hybrid format, um, if we have a power outage or for some technological reason, the Zoom goes down, then we end the meeting. We can't continue the meeting if we lose that Zoom feature. And then I also want to clarify on previously when we did the old telecommuting, we just did that. We had that old phone system that was horrible and didn't work half the time. We'll be doing the telecommuting if you exercise that over Zoom. You can do just audio only if you want, or you can do Zoom only, or you do Zoom with the audio and the visual. That'll be your choice. So you can go either way on that. We'll be using the Zoom format when we do it.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, I did remember my comment. Can I make a comment real fast?
Yeah, now it's for everything. Anything goes.
Okay. I know that this will be the first time now that we're back in person since COVID, and I do want to say that I it's not for the discussion necessarily today, but I do want to voice my concerns that we may in the winter have another outbreak of some kind, and we need to be sensitive to that. That this is something unprecedented in our history that we've had this kind of thing where there's been 1.3 million deaths in the US from COVID. And I will tell you that the government is not always um, expedient on knowing and exercising cautions. I went to the last Coastal Commission in-person meeting, and there were no regulations about masks and all of that. The Coastal Commission chair got symptoms the next day, and for the next 30 days was hospitalized and almost died twice. And that was in a legitimate Coastal Commission hearing that I and about 7 other people from Marina went to testify in front of the Coastal Commission. So I just want to verbalize that I have been very careful. I have some risk factors, and my husband has very severe risk factors. And so we have been COVID free for the last 3 years. And I think I've used my good judgment about how to interact with the public and carry on my civic duties despite. But I do want us to seriously consider that if we're coming back in person, now full well knowing some of the issues of a pandemic that we didn't know and didn't experience ever before, that I want people to be considerate of our in-person presence on the dais because this is what is now mandated. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. Just a clarification for the city attorney. So I'm reading something. Let me just read it to see if you agree with this. It says, finally, under traditional Brown Act teleconference requirements, at least a quorum of members of the body who are participating remotely must do so from locations within the
Recording
agency.
stopped.
I just heard a recording stop notice.
Let's take a pause and find out.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Within the agency's jurisdiction. So technically, we could all participate remotely if we're in our home, post a notice on our door, invite the public in. Would the city attorney agree with that? Or not that I would suggest that we do that, but I'm just trying to get the body to understand what may be allowable and what may not be.
I think that may be allowable because there is a distinction in the language. So AB 2449, a quorum has to be present at that single identified location, but under traditional rules, it's within the city's jurisdiction. I'd have to look at that, but I think you're right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, and it's not important for purposes of making a motion tonight, I think, but again, just for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So, Lane, I just wanted to confirm with you that the requirement for 3 out of the 5 of us to be present in person, that's a traditional requirement, right? There's no change from pre-COVID.
Under the 2449, when we do the hybrid, we need to have 3 in person.
Yeah, and my question is that requirement was pre-COVID, traditional. There's no change. We always had to have 3 people present in person.
Correct, yes.
So it's
Well,
not, it's not.
The question is, I think Councilor McCarthy asked that, what does in person mean?
And I thought it meant at the dais in city council chambers.
I need to look at that. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to I need to check the language because I do recall seeing there is a difference in the way it's worded for quorum in person, but I remember from my ethics training too, it may, even under traditional teleconferencing, you may have to have a quorum together in person. So I will have to get back to you on that. Unless you're gonna have more discussion, I'll see if I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, my memory was that pre-COVID, if I wanted to be out of town and teleconference in, then you would make sure that we had at least 3 people who were going to be present, or I wouldn't be able to participate.
You're correct. That's how that was how we did our practice in the past.
Okay, I just got the answer. So Councilmember McCarthy is right. So under traditional teleconferencing, you have to have a quorum of the members participate from locations within the city jurisdiction. So technically you could have, if everybody was in the city and you posted all of your addresses and you had it open to the public, you could participate that way. And then 361, how we're operating now, you don't have to have that quorum within the city's jurisdiction. Under 2449, you have to have a quorum within the physical location identified on the agenda. That is a great nuance to point out.
Heidi, are you saying that in 2016, I could have called in from home, and all 5 of us could have called in from home if we were in the city of Marina?
I think so. I mean, I think that's what the traditional rules allow. They say within a quorum, a quorum within the locations within the city jurisdiction. But again, I'm just reading my notes and I can go back to the statute and I can send you a clarifying email. But I think that is the difference under the traditional rules.
I think it was interpreted and advised differently from a former city attorney. It didn't really matter. I don't think it ever stopped her from staying in Marina at all.
Okay. Mayor, and I think on that point, we are going to research that and get back to you because I think it addresses some of Councilmember Diallo's concerns that if we do have an outbreak or something, that if it is true, then we will be able to continue council meetings and all do it at home, just as kind of continue what we've been doing for the last 3 years. But we will definitely research and clarify that and come back to you on that.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. The first one is, when are we back? When does this policy go into place? And the second one is, is there a way that we can have people watching know who else is here? I say that all the time. For example, there's 7 attendees right now, but those 7 attendees don't know who each other are. We do.
We will start this on March 7th, our next city council meeting. And so the state of California's emergency rules end on the February 28th, and so a lot of this flexibility goes away, and we have to implement it on March 7th. And so we'll have several council members who have never sat on dais. Will have the ability, first time in how many years, to sit on the dais.
Can we do
Days.
re-inaugurations, re-swearing in?
Have to have
No.
definitely a celebration.
Somebody said no. So why don't we back you answer that? Is there a way to know, for the public to know who's on and like, I'm getting tired, but is there a way for us, for everybody, including the public, to know who's participating?
Well, I think part is constructive, um, as our Heidi Quinn talked about, the ability for people to be anonymous and don't have to have their names and things out there. Um, and so um, you don't typically see people post all the names like that. Because say, as you mentioned, you have 10 attendees at home, 15, 20 attendees at home, but um, most agencies, I don't think, post all the names of people, and a lot of people just don't want their names.
And then the last question is, the council chambers ready for us? Do we physically have enough chairs? Do we have social distancing? Do we have ventilation? Do we have nameplates? Do we have gavels? Tell me how we are logistically prepared for this.
Matt is working on that. He's been working on that. Our public works staff have been working on that. So we will be ready on March 7th. One of the things that we would like to do, and this is more with Mayor Delgado, is before the meeting, have a mock meeting where we just kind of walk through everything, and we really need to do it with the mayor, but if any of the council members want to join in, that would be great. So we're definitely planning that mock session just to work out some of these kinks.
Do we have ergonomic chairs?
We do not. We have the same horrible chair.
Can we bring our own chairs?
You certainly can.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Let's go to Councilor Bishop.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When I attended Zoom meeting as a member of the public, I always appreciated hearing how many attendees, members of the public, were with us. So I know that Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen does a good job mentioning that during the meeting. So that might be a way to let people know without providing names. And just one remark, and thank you for getting clarification about what it will mean for us, what we choose and how we're going to do this, because if we choose because we're sick, if we choose to participate from home, maybe all 5 of us, at least 3 of those being in the city of Marina, I think the last thing we would like to do is invite members of the public into a home where somebody has a contagious illness. So I know it's pretty complicated. So thank you for getting clarification.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Councilor Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to follow up on this important research that our city attorney and our city manager are going to try to unravel in terms of its legality for all of us to actually go back to this format. If we use the traditional, for whatever reason, if there's another outbreak of COVID like the virus in the winter or whatever, I think that you know, before COVID, we didn't know the effectiveness of this kind of format. I mean, we never all had been on a screen being on the dais, so to speak. And so in the past, it would have seemed rather a secondary method of meeting. And now, over 3 years, we all know that this is effective. And in fact, maybe even time saving because we don't have to drive anywhere and we don't have to dress up below, our waist. And so, there's been some proof on our part that this is really an okay way of conducting a meeting and doing city business. So I think that might be something that in the back pocket, if we need that kind of thing, that we still have that accessibility without uh, failure on effectiveness. So I'm glad we're going to research that. And when Mayor Pro Tem Christine Medina Dirksen talks about the physical space, this will harken the next discussion item, but when we talk about ventilation, it's simply open windows in our very dilapidated facilities, or the distancing. We can't do that. So there are things that we have not prepared, and will not be able to spend the kind of money, these temporary but maybe very important fixes in our physical city hall. So I think that will again speak to the condition of our public facilities. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Right. Councilor McCarthy, would you like to make a motion at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we give staff direction that the city council would like to both return to in-person meetings subject to traditional teleconferencing rules and institute hybrid meetings in conformance with AB 2449. And that for all subsidiary bodies, resume in-person meetings due to staffing demands.
Is there a second for that motion? Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I'd like to
Right.
second.
I'm sorry, Christina?
I'd like to second that motion.
Right. So, Christina, your hand is up. Do you have any final comments or questions? Let's go then to Councilmember Diallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is the proper thing to add to it, but to recommend to staff and city council to do further research on the possibilities of the teleconferencing with the council members that we had just discussed.
We don't necessarily need a motion, but we're going to do it anyway. That's a great question that we need to answer from the council and the public.
And if we do find out that we can, I think we should put it into whatever policy we develop about this, so that it's real clear that we can do that. Thank you.
And if I may, through the mayor, you always have, if there is another outbreak, there could be another proclaimed state of emergency, and there are carve outs. So you wouldn't just be relegated to the traditional teleconferencing, but I'll put together a summary to explain these nuances.
Yes. Well, that was my point, is that the state of emergency was rather delayed when there was active problems with the pandemic. So that's why I wanted to make sure that if we feel unsafe, that we at the local level, we will have the ability to respond to it.
All right. I think we're ready for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay. Would anyone like a break, or would you like to proceed on to our last item?
Let's keep going.
Everybody okay with it? All right. So, who will lead us through the outreach materials?
I'll be handling that item, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. This really goes back to a discussion the council has been having for years now, and we've had multiple community meetings, multiple surveys. We've talked about it at retreats. We've had special meetings, and the key issue here has always been we have facilities that are way beyond their useful life, and they're falling apart. And these are critical facilities for the operation of our city. And these include a new fire station in the south end of the city, replacing our existing police station, and a community center city hall. And we got direction from the council to move forward with putting this on a ballot measure for last November of the 2022 election. And we did that based on a survey that we had a group FM3, and the results of the survey came back very positive that our committee would support it. Uh, it would be a general obligation bond, and that requires a two-thirds threshold, and we didn't quite have that two-thirds threshold. The council gave us direction to move forward to put it on the ballot and to engage a uh, public engagement and outreach firm to help us do that measure. And so when we engaged a couple of firms, they both looked at the results from the survey and they said, you're going to need much more community outreach um, to hit that two-thirds threshold. And so based on that, from these two reputable firms, the council said, okay, we won't put on the November ballot, but direct the staff to bring it back as soon as possible, starting in 2023, and let's get that process going again. And so the needs for the facilities have not changed. Just another year has gone by, and the problems continue to get worse. And the issues that we had talked previously is these buildings are getting to the point that we're going to have to put in millions. I mean, like we estimated 10 million, it may even be more now, if we're going to repair these 45, 50-year-old buildings. And even at that point, you still have a 50-year-old building that does not meet your future needs, and it just doesn't make any sense at all to pump that type of dollars into a facility that you're going to have to replace regardless. So the direction is to continue and start that process up again. And the first step really is to engage a public outreach firm. And the proposal that we have before you tonight is to approve an agreement with a company called TBWBH. I do not know what that stands for. Props and Measures is probably the initials of the founders of the group, but I don't know what that is. But they're one of the best firms in the state that does make measures like this. And once we bring them on board, they would start our public engagement process. We've had some questions on exactly, what are these bond measures about, and exactly how much is it going to cost, and all those details. That's why we're getting this firm on board. We're going to start that whole process again, and we're going to do a lot more outreach to the public and explain what the needs of the facilities are. And we'll be asking a lot of questions and getting a lot of feedback from the public. And this firm has done um, over 600 measures, ballot measures in California. They tell us they have a success rate of over 90%. And so they are very good at what they do. They've looked at our survey and they think that we can absolutely be successful. This can be a successful bond measure in our community. But it will take a lot of outreach and engagement to the public and a lot of work to do that. They've done, I think, 16 measures in Monterey County. Every one of those measures has passed except for one. And so they're very familiar with our area and what's going on here. And so we're recommending approval of a contract with them. This contract is a fixed fee of $6,500 a month. We expect this engagement will go on for at least 6 or 8 months. It will go on as long as we need to until we feel that we have the information, the feedback that we have from the community. And then at that point, we will um, hire FM3 again to do a final survey and make sure that we have the support of the community and get the final feedback that we need. And part of this process is going to be deciding when we want to take this measure to the public. We still have the ability to put it on the November ballot this year, which will be November 2023. That would be a special election on our end, and that would cost additional dollars to do it. But as we engage the public and do our testing, our surveys, and our mailers, we will be able to get a sense of do we have the support needed for November this year, or we have better support for the primary election in March of 2024, or whether we wait till the November election of 2024. And we aren't going to make that decision right now. We'll make that decision based on feedback and the outreach to the public. We do know these facilities are falling apart. We need to move forward with the construction as soon as possible. And so our outreach will kind of determine that. Part of the outreach that is going to be talking about our locations. At this point, we've been talking about the Lock Cannon Park location. That's one of the locations talked about in the general plan. But that will be future discussions that we'll have with the council. And so that's a recommendation is bring this firm on board and engage them immediately, and then see how the council, if they have the ideas and suggestions as we move on through this process. Oh, and I did mention that the total that we expect this contract, it would be not to exceed $75,000 with this firm, TBWBH Props and Measures.
All right. Thank you, Lane. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. Clarifying question.
You're muted.
Thank you. I'll say again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Long, for your report. On page 2, under the analysis of this matter, we talk about hard costs and fixed fees or build it costs. Just to make sure you're building it costs, what winds up happening oftentimes is there's markup or add-on fees. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that if they go out, for example, make a commercial or do something like that, that they're not charging us a booking fee for a buyer or something like that.
They're developing all the content, but like they have to go out and hire a videographer. There may be a $500 fee attached with that. There's no market for anything. You have to print materials. There'll be the actual cost of the printer for those materials and things like that. They do have the staff in house to develop that content, and all that content is included within their flat fee.
Is it possible to add a provision that they use union shops when possible?
Yeah, I think there's a problem with that. Heidi, is there a problem with that?
I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure. I can certainly take that as a recommendation.
Just for reference, if we're looking for wide support, many of our people in our community work for unions. So if you had a union bug on it, I think that would really show our priorities. Secondly, is measurable goals in other languages. Will they be reaching out in other languages? And what type of measurable goals can we put on them? Maybe that's an offline comment, or maybe an ad hoc committee can be established to sort of help guide this process, because how we message this is going to determine the success or failure. And I'd like to know the one that failed in our county. That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else with questions before we go to the public?
I didn't answer the question about other languages and what type of measurable goals.
We can certainly work with the council and individually with you, and we'll talk about the other languages that we think we need, and we can establish those goals and measures like that. So we can just work individually with you on that. And I know that some of you are actively involved, and we really look forward to that.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to just clarify on page 7 when the staff report says most cities in the state and every state every city in Monterey County except one has a utility user tax. What is the one?
It is somewhere out in the Salinas Valley area. I'm not sure if it's Soledad.
No, the one of this, every city in Monterey except one has a utility user tax.
Oh yeah, we're the one that doesn't have the utility users tax.
Okay. I just want to make that really, we could have said all cities except Marina have the utility users tax. And just to clarify, this is not, has nothing really to do with our general obligation bond, I do, right? Or
No, this outreach would be for that general obligation bond.
yeah, but not for the UUT.
Correct. This has nothing to do with UUT. The UUT will not generate even close to the revenue needed.
And yet it's in here just to say that this is one of the lapses in our revenues that we could have been entitled to.
Correct. And it's
And
partly in there, as council had asked before, if we could, that's an option to use that to pay for these facilities, and it just wouldn't generate enough revenue.
okay, great. And then on page 6 of your staff report, you know, we talk about when you say this, you say sorry, on page 4. This will leave a building that is still 45 years old that will not meet current and future space and staffing needs. One, I don't consider a temporary trailer as a building. You know, when we start saying that it's a building and it's 45 years old, that's a young building. It's a building. This is not. This is a 45-year-old temporary structure, and I really hope that we don't call it a building because to say it's 45 years old, there are buildings out there that are 100 years old and they're fine. So please make sure because I think that it doesn't communicate to the public the right idea of what we're trying to say. I mean, our structures are really dilapidated and should never have been, you know, in existence for after 2 years. And here it is, 45 years later. But the sad thing is that when I look now in the public, there's only 6 people here. So we have, you know, things that we even ask for want clarification, they're really not going to get out in public. So just FYI, everyone, we only have 6 people.
Which is why we really need to engage this firm to help us, because outreach and education really is important, and that's the key. And the fact is, we want our public telling us what to do. We want them telling us, yes, we want to build a facility. It's our job to make it clear exactly what you point out, how old these facilities are, what the needs are, and to help them understand the importance of why the fire station needs to be located and built where it is. Help them to understand what is going on with our police facilities and what will happen if we don't take any action with that. And that's why we really need help getting that message out. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to Council Member Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think, like Councilmember Biala mentioned, I think it's very important when we speak about the current city hall and chambers, etc., as you mentioned that those are temporary structures that are almost half a century old. And I would like to know how many years ago was the UUT cancelled? Is that the word? I mean, how many years could Marina have had nowadays it would have been $1.6 million annually. I mean, that does make a difference. I don't know if it was 20 years ago or so, that would have been quite a chunk of money that we would not need to go out to the public now, to the voters, to request to tax ourselves. I don't know if it's hard to answer, but just a rough number.
It was before I was here. Mayor might have a better sense. It might have been in 2008, 2010. That sound about right, Mayor?
Not sure.
Maybe
About
like
2008.
so 15 years of missed tax income. It would have
Yes.
made our problem a lot smaller at this moment. So just to make the public aware, or make anybody, including me, aware. You know, it's usually you get what you pay for, is what they say. And I know taxes can be hard on people, but if we all had paid that small tax, or relatively small tax, over all those 15 years, it would have really helped our city. So, but anyway, that's not for now. That's for the outreach. Thank you.
So let's go to the public. If you have any comments on this matter, please raise your hand if you're one of the 6 people remaining. We'll close public comment in just a moment. Okay, let's close public comment and come back. Councilmember Fisher, your hand is up. Legacy hand.
I'm sorry, I forgot to take it down there.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion, just a quick comment first, that, my stomach burns a little bit and hearing this presentation, because I know at the end of the day, if we move forward with this, it will be a vote of confidence or not on this council. And so I'm really hopeful that we help continue to build that confidence as we have been doing, I believe, over the next several months. And I'm excited to see what that looks like. And excited to see what if we approve this, what these folks come back with. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2023 approving an agreement with props and measures for consulting services to assist with public engagement, community outreach, and messaging materials for the potential bond measure. And then also authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney.
All right, is there a second for that motion?
I would like to second.
Councilmember Fisher, seconds. And we'll go, Brian, if you have any input this time. All right, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I was just going to make an amendment to say if we can use any kind of union shops where possible, and materials and activities related to promotion. Whoops, I didn't say promotion. I meant to say education of this campaign. Would you accept my friendly amendment?
I would, Mayor Pro Tem, and also I left out this part, so I think I better read it. The bond measure is for the construction of police, fire, and community center facilities. And I do accept your friendly amendment if there's a second.
I will second the amended motion.
So can you explain to me, staff, what the union reference would mean? Because we hired a firm already, not knowing or thinking that they're not union. So how does this amendment affect what we're doing?
So it's not the firm, but it's like when we go out to print mailers, and we've done that in the past. We try to reach out to union shops to do those printing, those services like that. So we do outreach like that.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any further hands up. So if we can have a vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, I think this meeting is an example of staff, appropriately staffing the agenda so we can complete it in a reasonable time. But we do have two sort of housekeeping left. 14A is my report out regarding our Monterey County Mayor's Association meeting. Which is hard for me to remember. It was in San City, and we heard about the governor's budget, and really nothing much to report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Point of order. Don't we have 11B on the sign thing?
It's the ordinance amending section so and so of the sign ordinance.
No.
That's
Continue to March 7th.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry.
We meet again next March 3rd, next the first Friday of every month. All right. Let's go to the council reports on meetings and conferences attended. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Marina Erickson, you're going to lead us off here.
Yes, I attended a TAMC Transportation Agency of Monterey County meeting with a lot of rich information. There was the naming of a new Caltrans director. I texted you all his name. There's going to be a retirement of the financial person in charge of TAMC, and there was an authorization for increased funding from Measure X to the surf line. I actually had some discussion about the surf line because there is some controversy brewing from that. Keep Fort Ord Wild had a nice a letter, and we need to stay engaged with that. And I would like to bring back that matter at some point for us to discuss because it is moving forward. The state has granted a good amount of money, just allocated another chunk of Measure X money, and there has not yet been any. There has been some back and forth with the Coastal Commission, but there's some concerns that it hasn't. It may not pass muster. So I think as a council, we really need to get involved and interested in this, and either come up with whether we are supporting it or not, or at least let our constituencies know what's going on because it directly impacts us. If you don't know what the surf line is, there's a full presentation on the board on TAMSI, Transportation Agency of Monterey County. The other thing that we talked about was unmet transportation needs and an overall work plan for the future, which we're working on. So that's another, perhaps we may engage the public to hear from them what type of priorities they need in addition to things like safe routes to school. So I just wanted to report it was a very rich meeting that we had today. Thank you.
Is there a vote, Christina, on the surf allocation of new money?
Yeah, it was a consent agenda item. It was voted on. Yes. And I can send you, or I can post it on my page, the agenda for that. So I think that is a very important thing for us to keep on our radar. It's been buzzing around us, and those new people in the council really should come up to speed, and perhaps we come up with our own policy or an understanding of where we stand or how we contribute or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first couple of community human services meetings, which was a board that I was appointed to. And I have to say I was floored. I felt kind of foolish because I started off introducing myself, talking about homelessness and how little I really knew about that issue. Come to find out, human services actually deals with so much more: substance abuse, mental health, runaway children, things like that. So, was just really enlightening to attend that board meeting. I really look forward to continuing to attend and learn more about the issues there. Second thing, real quickly, I did attend a presentation from Paul Mitchell, who is the CEO of PDI, which is the voter data information services that most of us know as elected officials. And he gave a presentation to the League of California Cities that just kind of talked about demographics and kind of a lot of segues about what we just talked about with maybe possible bond measures or different election issues. I just found it to be really fascinating. If anybody is interested in learning more, feel free to reach out. And also, if we're ever looking for another resource to gauge interest in particular measures, that might be one. And that's all for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we finally make it to this agenda item for the first time this year. So I can report that On January 9, I was sworn in as a new member of the Monterey Salinas Transit Board of Directors during their monthly meeting. And during that meeting, the board conducted a strategic planning workshop. And during the February 13 meeting, the board received a report on MST's involvement in Monterey County's emergency operations center's response to the storms of January. I never realized how MST really buses people to emergency shelters, etc. It was a big operation. So yeah, the next Surf Bus Day community meetings will probably be held in June, May, June, somewhere in that time frame. And Councilmember Brian McCarthy and I recently had a Zoom meeting with MST about some of the, well, not some, about the Surf Bus Day, especially the parts that will be in Marina. And Marina needs to come up with design standards. It seems that staff is working on this. So I will contact the city manager pretty soon to request to hear about the status of that. Because of course that's very important for Marina to see what it will look like at especially Del Monte Boulevard, but also Fifth Avenue. Wait. Okay, it's too late now. Okay, so this was my report about MST. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to report that several of us attended the League of Cities training for council members and mayors. And it was February 1, Wednesday to Friday in Hollywood. And it was an amazing 4 days. We learned really so much, even on things that we have heard and learned before. But they really went into detail and have different teaching methods that help you to apply what they taught us in fun ways, doing vignettes and skits and having group problem solving. So I think we learned quite a bit. But just to give you an idea of some of the topics, workplace harassment, which many of us have been through dozens and dozens, countless of this kind of training, but it was actually very, very good, and I learned some new things about it. Let's see, we talked about the elements of council members and city manager relationships, which was very illuminating, and we talked about legal issues, the Brown Act, of course, but again, so many different trainings I've had on this, and it was really a delightful plus illuminating session. Ethics training, I've had lots of ethics training, but this one was really very good. And we also talked about policy role in land use planning and uh, we also social media and digital communications and civic engagement. And then we had emerging legal issues, and then a large, and then maybe 4 hours of financial responsibilities and city revenues. And again, maybe the others who attended could also add something, commentary about some things that you've learned, but it was really worth our while.
All right, thank you. I had a board meeting at Region Monterey, formerly the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, and a couple of things that were interesting, I think, for our city is that the Veterans Transition Center, a nonprofit in Marina, had its 1 year anniversary since taking over the Last Chance Mercantile, which is kind of like a thrift store that has a cult-like following. Anyway, their sales are up, they're employing veterans, they're extremely sustainable in using everything they can. It's reused. So they're kind of walking their talk by waiting to get old signs in from the public before they make them into new signs, directing people where to go. They're really looking at it from top to bottom to try to be sustainable. But overall, it's a big success for the veteran transition center taking over. And the other thing is, we've all heard about organics, trying to divert them from our landfill stream, and we have to divert 75% by 2025. And so either we have to build a 40 to $80 million building, inside of which we process all the organics, or we come up with other ways of doing it. So what they're looking at is um, basically generating energy from uh, giving the organics either to the sewage treatment plant or to digestive processes like composting and other things, and then sending the energy that's produced there into a microgrid, which is an on-site little power plant. It would power the sewage treatment plant and the landfill facilities. So it's going to take a while to do a cost analysis of the different options, but it's a very complicated subject and dizzying for most of the board members. It's a kind of an engineer's heaven to figure all this out. So the end product is that all of our kitchen scraps and food waste are to be diverted from the landfill, either cost us a lot of money or somehow generate revenue in the way of saved power costs by generating our own power. So very interesting and very sustainable if we're able to be successful. Okay, anyone else? I see some maybe legacy hands. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with what Councilmember Biala said. When we learned, I also went to the League of Cities, and one of the things that for the 5 people here, it was really a good opportunity to network with others. And for example, this council had before it the card room issue, and I was able to network and meet other council people from other cities and quiz them about how those card rooms worked in their jurisdictions. So it was a good idea, it was a good opportunity, not just on that issue, but others like bond measures and some of the things that we are experiencing, or even cities that have economies similar to ours with no main tax drivers other than services. So while you'll see those expenditures on the expense reports, I really want to assure you all that we really, really hit it hard. I hit it very hard. I got sick, but hit it as hard as possible and came away with, I mean, probably about 50 cards, if that, 75 cards. So I felt like I had a good bunch of new colleagues that I met, and I joined the Latino caucus, which is very exciting. Um, and so I just want to assure you all your tax dollars are being very well spent on this council for looking to do the best for you and gain your confidence as we ask you to do some heavy lifting, whether it's with the bond measure or being engaged. So I just want to share that. Thank you.
We're back to Councilor Biala.
Thank you. I just realized that we had a meeting with the Monterey County Convention and Visitor Bureau, I think that's their name. And this was maybe one of the first times that the mayor appointed someone. And we had 3 staff people from the organization, as well as Matt and Lane and I met. And I won't be able to be a voting member because the sequencing of the 2-year term wouldn't be through my term, but we were given the okay that both Matt and I could be on the advisory arm of the organization. And we spent a lot of time talking about the value of this uh, organization, both in terms of TOT spending and the new TID funding, and related specifically to Marina. So it was really, really interesting. So I will continue to participate. So thank you, Mayor, for suggesting that as one of the appointments. It's a good thing.
Thank you for your effort.
Through the mayor, was that recorded?
No.
Sounds like it was an informal meeting between two people. Okay, so we are officially done with our business tonight. Thank you, everyone. We're just on time, just before 10 o'clock, so we will adjourn. Around 10.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
all the
Right.
directors and staff here. Thank you, so, and Doug Con again. Juan Lopez, thank you for being there. David,
Right.
right.
Okay, thank you.